Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome back to TRACKILICIOUS. I am Ghoukasian. Apologize again. Mike Noss is unfortunately not available today, so I will be covering the stream for him. Hope everybody's doing well. And as something I should always do is maybe do a quick audio check, see how everything is coming through. Can you guys hear my voice? Can you guys hear the music? Can you guys hear some of the stuff going on in the background? Hope everyone's doing well. We are about to start qualifying. Bumping. Okay, I could take care of that one. It did sound a little bit loud here as well. Okay, let's take care of that. Yeah, that's how I like to do it. Dom, just like kind of sneak in out of nowhere, surprise everybody. Well, I think it's going to be a fun race today. It's going to be a fun stream. As you may or may not can tell, I am a little bit under the weather. So if you, Dom, specifically, I'm looking at you, or anybody else wants to hop into the booth, come on in. Give my vocal cords a break. Bright lights getting brighter, Eric. Yeah, try to keep it bright in here. I do have something cool to show you guys before we go into the race. I don't think I've ever shown this on stream before. I think it's super cool. We do have a TRACKILICIOUS trophy with us here today. Now, I don't know, figured I'd bring it in here on stream, show you guys. Maybe something that should consider, yeah, giving out. So, what do you guys think? Is that something cool you guys would like to see in the future? Given out to maybe some of the championship winners. So I think the big thing is, obviously, these things don't come cheap, and we'd have to ship them out to all of our winners and participants of the championship. So good time to ask for your support. If you guys don't already, we do have our Patreon set up. I think Mike has a link. Yeah, there we go. Ask your consideration to do so that we could have the finances to send these out. So I think it's something I'm considering doing. I think it'd be pretty cool to send these out to everybody. Hello, very crisp. Hello, everybody. Hope everyone's doing well. So last glance at the little TRACKILICIOUS trophy here. And yeah, let's go into the qualifying. Let's see how this. I am super excited. We got a bunch of great teams on track. I want to make sure something is or isn't working here. It is not. Okay, let's take that off. Alrighty, so we have a 20-minute qualifier with, looks like, odds out first. This is going to be pretty exciting. We are at Bathurst Mount Panorama. Rally Dutch in here. Good luck, have fun to all the drivers. Indeed, hope everybody has a great time. Looks like we have 20 cars on track, which is actually a really good number for the number of GT4s specifically. Very excited for this race. Kind of sad that I can't be in it myself because I was really looking forward to it. But huge shout out to Lipo Ratsalainen, who is subbing in for me with JP Reed in the TRACKILICIOUS KTM of all cars. As we see Reggie King in here going down the mountain. Excuse me. Lovely little livery from Reggie as always. Would expect nothing less. How's the audio, everyone? Things coming through well? Can hear the game. Can you hear me okay? Is Reggie goes through the chase here to finish up his first lap. Final corner. Excellent. Thank you guys for the feedback. Again, hope everyone's doing well. Super excited for this race here as it's a 7 p.m. qualifier, an 8 p.m. start going into the night. Excited to see that. We have Andy Boykias, the machine, out on track as well. For those of you who don't know, Andy has more laps at Bathurst than probably everybody else in chat combined having time in ACC, let alone just Bathurst. This guy loves the mountain. Loves it. Can't imagine what he's going to do when he starts considering going to his home track, the Nürburgring, as it comes out shortly. When, I don't know, don't ask me, but we're as excited as you guys are. Looking forward to some crazy fun events at the Nürburgring, and I think it's going to be a really good time. Hopefully without any bugs, am I right? Am I right? Yeah, the Merc is pretty dominant, not gonna lie. It is, I think it's the OP car, as you can tell from the timing charts. Andy chasing down Ali Raza just ahead. Yeah, that's right. That is right. Andy puts down, it doesn't look like he bests his time, so it looks like a 210 32.4 for, oh, look at that. Ali Raza topping the charts, giving Andy something to fight for. Can't have a chance here. You know what? It's not necessarily the KTM that has a chance, John. You have Lipo and you have JP in that car, both of whom are phenomenal drivers. Now, one caveat. Alipo just got into the car for the first time this morning, so he's only had a couple of hours. But hopefully that'll be enough for him to do some damage. We're looking forward to it. As we watch Ali Raza in the Canadian tuxedo livery. Looks like we have a pretty decent spread of drivers and times, but gosh, that that Mercedes does look quite menacing on the on the mountain here. Oh, Raza putting down that dominant 210-3. Ali Raza and Borja is not quite able to match it just yet. I am sure he's going to be absolutely giving it his all as he has 1 minute and 30 seconds left. To be fair, Ollie has a lot more practice in the GT4s than Andy does. Andy is a GT3 maniac, but Ollie's won a couple of championships now in the GT4, so he knows a thing or two about these low downforce setups. As Andy tucks in behind, tries to learn a couple of his moves. Ollie pulling off. Says, no, sir. My lines are my lines and not for you to learn. That's funny. Ollie probably taking it easy. Ollie always sounds like he's taking it easy, but that man has no chill. Yeah, as we have just over 22 seconds left for the evens to go out here. How's everyone doing? How is this beautiful Saturday going for you? You guys excited about the Super Bowl tomorrow? Who's cheering for the red team? Yeah, Dom, I mean, I'm a little bit further north than you, and it's been crazy how warm a winter we've had in the upper Midwest. I mean, I feel like that's a common thought amongst most of the public is Taylor can't win in her first year in the NFL. Right? It's just not fair. It's not right. It's just not right. Ooh, we got another livery on the Beach GT. A little bit more cattiness we've come to expect from Mr. Beachley. Look at that, just Mercedes on Mercedes on Mercedes. It's almost a Mercedes spec race here tonight. Yeah. Canadian racing. Gotta love it. Oh, and here's a little detail if you'd like. Mr. Blue is the gold is supposed to be owed the maple syrup. Because you can't have Canada without maple syrup, of course. Yeah, let's check out this Petrovic's Camaro. Oh my goodness, we totally missed it. Andy Boyers beat Ali Raza's time by 0.002 of a second. That is unbelievable. Those guys are so competitive. Unreal. Crazy. 2:10.3 on the board. As Mike Noss would say, that's a time, no time to shake a stick at. but unreal. Unreal the difference between those two. What say you guys? We hop into a bit of helmet cam for this lovely sounding Camaro. No, Dom, that's what the badge is made out of. Golds on golds on golds. Going through McPhillamy Park, over on Skyline, down into the S's. Quite nice and tight into the Dipper. Really tough corner to get right, the Dipper. Down into Forest Elbow here. Critical corner. So much straight after the fact. So you're going to try and get as much throttle as you can, as early as you can. Maybe you're earning a little bit of a draft here from the McLaren ahead, as Armands try to find 2.8 seconds to find that pole position with 5 minutes left in qualifying. It's the chase. Nice braking. Nails the apex and the second one. The final corner, Murray's corner here. Car's getting out of the way. Looks pretty nice and tidy. Let's see what Armand's able to pull off with that. No improvement. I thought for sure there would be something, but has another attempt at it. Now we got Jason Provolone with 7/10 on the board. The number 82. It ain't easy being cheesy, car. What do we... Does he have a livery uploaded for this? Oh, he's in... Oh, no. Oh, no. We don't have a custom livery for this one. I did download the livery, so this one's not on me, unfortunately. We don't have a cheesy livery out there, but as I'm sure everybody would love to see. But Pro V still got a half a second in the bag. He goes through the chase. It's pretty good on that first apex, nailing that second apex, maybe a little bit too much. Riding it out to the curbs as you should there. Murray's corner, a bit too wide. Jumping up and down, does find some time up into 9th position for the 8 Easy Being Cheesy car. Who else do we have on the board? Zane Bliskett with 7/10 going down the mountain in the auto brake bias McLaren. For those of you who don't know, oh, a little bit of a tap of the wall there for Bliskett. Still up on his time. I don't know if that'll maintain a valid time, but Zane still got 8/10 in the bag, trying to find some gains to go up from 17th, maybe all the way up into 17th with 8/10. Gonna need a little bit more than that to find some positions out on track, unfortunately. But yeah, yeah, 1.2, 1.4 seconds, finding loads of time here. Zane pushing as hard as he can, driving the tires off of this McLaren. The Mad Fox Racing McLaren here, coming across the line. And still 17th position. Needs to find a little bit more to get up ahead. All right, we got 2 minutes left in qualifying. Let's see who's out there doing some laps. Got Wilson Fernandez out there. And Sebastian says, Sebastian, you can correct me if you're on stream. Let me know how to properly pronounce that. Wilson in the Mercedes. Classic vacuum racing purple. We all know the fantastic pace that Wilson Fernandez has as he goes through the cutting up the mountain now. Griffin's Mount, Reed Park, now through Suleiman Park. Oh, and he pulls off. Wonder what's going on there. Yeah, settles in for 4th as his best. 6/10 off of Andy Borcher's time. John Benton putting in some great times. Representing the Dutch flag there, John. Only 8/10 off the pole position lap. In the Dutch understeer squad. That's a cool name. Benton's in 5th right now. 8/10 off the pace. But on his final lap, looks like John is a 10th or 2 up on his lap time. So he's looking for 2/10 to take that P4. So 2/10 or better to earn positions. Right now, he's running pretty neutral on his time. Yeah, the AMGs are crazy, Gasolina. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Yeah, dig deep. You can do it. John still doesn't have much left in the tank to try and get that as we go into max wait time. Needs to try and nail this corner. And just not quite enough, unfortunately, for John Benton. All right, as we wait for the max wait time to trickle down, we have 1 car left on track. Who do we have? Argentinian Sebastian Saez. Again, going through the chase. Now, Sebastian's looking for 5/10 to meet Ali Raza's time. There we have it, folks. Get ready to grid up. Give it a minute, and then we'll go right into right into the grid walk here. Give me 30 seconds, and I will be right back. Okay, folks, we are back. I was just double checking with the team. I want to make sure that people didn't qualify in the wrong order, but I was told that there were no quality orders. So everybody was able to qualify whenever they wanted, which is cool. So nobody needs to get kicked out. Okay. Let's get right into it. This is going to be really fun to watch. I think these guys are going to be super competitive as we get into the grid walk in P1 to no one's surprise. You know what? I see there's an ad coming. I'm going to wait. I'm going to reset this. I can't snooze the ad. I'm going to wait for the ad to finish. Once the ad's done, then we're going to do the grid walk so that everybody can see it. So you guys let me know when the ad is done, and we'll come back and we'll go through it. You are so dumb. You are a legend, that's why. You are an absolute legend. Oh, there's no ad. All right, okay, well, you know what? Maybe that's my mistake. Stream Elements was lying to me. So let's go through this then. 4 hours of Mount Panorama. Pole position. Andy Boykas in the Mercedes. Followed by, with 2 thousandths of a difference, the Canadian Racing with Ali Raza. Oh, we have Diego Cosquillo, I think is how you pronounce it, in the Pangea Simracing Mercedes. Welcome back, you guys. Wilson Fernandez in P4. In P5, we have John Betten in the Dutch Understeer squad. P6, Professor Kernotis with the T-Swizzle livery, supporting Taylor Swift in the Super Bowl this weekend. And I'm gonna pause right here for the ad to end. Choco, if it's Italian, I think. Well, it might be Italian for Very Crisp because he is Argentinian, and we know that there are a lot of Argentines with Italian heritage, so it might be true. I'm gonna pause it here. Really weird way to do it, and I apologize, but we do have some time. But I would like everybody to be a part of our grid walk here. So as we get back, as the ads are done, we can continue with P7, Justin Beachley in the Beach GT Mercedes. P8, Gasolina, welcome back from the unnamed McLaren. And P9, it ain't easy being cheesy, Jason Provolone with a Gulf type livery base car. And we have a sister car, Andreset Pedernera. Andreset, please correct me in the future. In the Pinga Sim Racing Mercedes in P10. P11, Illipo Ratsalainen. In the Trackalicious KTM, Reggie King. In P12. In the RKR Racing Mercedes, Armand Petrovics. In the ZDR Camaro. In P13, Casey Schutte. In P14 with the Reckless Racing GT4, Aston Martin. P15, we have Neil Kerbel in the Superflow Motorsports McLaren. Kyle Jr. in P15 in the Menard Team Racing. And towards the end of the grid, we have Zane Blissett in the Mad Fox, Rally Dutchy in another Mad Fox car, Jaeger Carew in the woo-woo Audi. And finally, we have Liam Kozlowski in the ZDR Camaro. And there you have it, folks. That is our grid for today as they all go out for their laps. Out laps, I should say. Warming them tires up. Critical to know that this race is going into the night, so they're going to have some pretty noticeable, to say the least, temperature changes as these guys prepare themselves, going out on the lap, warming up all the systems to make sure that everything is ready to go. Now, That's not the cam I wanted. Helmet and heli sound pretty similar. They look pretty similar on screen, and I obviously get confused by them. So we have 1 Mercedes, 2 Mercedes, 3 Mercedes, 4, 5, 6, 7 Mercedes out of 7 in the top. Ghoukasian is sneaking in a nice little McLaren with Provolone in the Audi, but then another Mercedes. Yeah, I do need another drink of water. Thank you, Mr. Dom. But yeah, super excited for this race. Looking forward to it. Thank you, Xander Zone. Ready to rock and roll. Hopefully everyone's doing well. Welcome if you've just tuned in for the second installment of the TRACKILICIOUS GT4 Enduro Championship. I'm Eric Ghoukasian. We are out at Mount Panorama. A legend, another legend in chat, another legend in chat. Kevin Huffman from Box Tree, aka Huffmanic, and I Suck at This, aka Jake Wells. If you guys don't know these guys, go show them some love. All great streamers in their own rights. Only legends in here. You know what, Huff? Absolutely. Legends upon legends. Legends stacked on legends. Stacked on other legends. On the legendary track, Mount Panorama. Lovely view of all of these cars getting warmed up. Getting ready for them battles. Yeah, Jake, I don't know if you saw earlier, but the difference between Ali Raza and Andy Borges is 0.002 seconds. Unreal. Unreal. We know Andy Borges. We know Ali Raza. We see Sebastian as a newcomer showing an insane pace. We know Wilson Fernandez and Betten, all these guys in the Mercedes, gonna have equal strengths, and just a matter of whether they're gonna be able to keep it together under the pressure as we line up side by side, offset, ready to go for this 4-hour race of Mount Panorama. Andy Borges, Ali Raza in the front row, in the pit straight. And we're green. All systems go. Pushing for the first corner. It looks like Andy does get a really great start. Ali tucking in right behind him. Wilson trying to pressure for that P3 position, but it looks like Sebastian does a fantastic job in keeping that car ahead. 5 Mercedes in a row. Looks like Betten's trying to push for that P4 position as Wilson is in a little bit of a back foot, trying to gain as much of the draft as he can. Yeah, this top 10 is going to be nuts. Wilson goes in for the deep dive. Hopefully there's no contact. Oh no, unfortunately, there's a huge mistake made by Wilson Fernandez. Obviously knows that he did something wrong. Now is waiting to make sure that he does try to show some good sportsmanship, but unfortunately that was a late dive and just could not hold it in time. He did try to squeeze it in, but this just allows the people ahead to just rock it off now. Ali Raza, Andy Borges now in the front, really sending it, trying to build a gap as best as they can for P1 and P2. We have Betten, Professor Kenotis, and Ghoukasian in P3, 4, and 5. Unfortunately, we did see the contact in the first couple corners there. However, the rest of the grid looks pretty okay, avoiding most of the collisions and most of the situation up on Quarry Bend. Sorry. Yeah, that's unfortunate. It was such a close call. You could see Wilson knew that he was late on braking, was really trying his best to avoid, but unfortunately just was not enough to not hit Sebastian in Quarry Bend. But here we go. Going in towards the third sector of the first lap of a 4-hour race. so unfortunate to have had that contact there, but it is a long race, and I'm sure the Argentinians are going to have a lot of opportunity to get ahead, as well as Wilson. Good battle here between Kronotis and Gasolina. Really tight in terms of times, as we see the drivers in P1 and P2 just breaking away from the pack here. Ali's still trying to put a lot of pressure on Andy. These guys usually teammates for TRACKILICIOUS on split teams. Yep, 4 hours to catch up, Wilson. And I'm really excited, actually. I'm excited to see what Sebastian and Wilson are able to do through this race. So let's make a note. Sebastian down into 18th position, Wilson down into 11th position. I think these guys are gonna have some work cut out for them, but they're gonna do really well. These guys are both clearly very, very quick. Ali clearly pressuring Andy, but also Armand's on Neil. Neil having quite a bit of practices as he'd been training for a 24-hour and a GT3, so it's a little bit of a different story. But Neil trying to catch up to Casey Schutte. Armand's on Neil as Wilson Fernandez already trying to make his way back up. Right on Reggie King. And I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly from last time, Wilson will be taking all 4 hours and all 4 stints himself. So it's going to be a long race for Mr. Fernandez. Grid still looking pretty good. Everybody managing to keep it alive despite the initial contact. So I think it's going to be a super exciting race. Everybody looks like they've got quite a bit of training in here. Good enough to stay alive at least for a good chunk of the race. So we see Anderset on Gasolina now. Anderset in a Mercedes is going to have loads and loads of speed on the straight. That Mercedes quite OP in straight line speed as they make their way through the kink on the Conrad straight into the chase. And we see a mistake by Gasolina. Smart keeping on the out of the way. Safe rejoin. Good job on Gasolina. Unfortunate mistake, but that gives Anderset the opportunity to gain that P5 position. Good job. Great racing by those guys. We see purple lap stolen by John Benton. John up into P3 is going to work hard to try and close up that gap to P1 and P2. Ali Raza still trying to chase down Andy Boykas in P1, doing a fantastic job keeping it tight. Andy no slouch under pressure, as we know, but half a second between these two. Oh no. Oh yeah. So I read I suck at this is oh no gas, and I thought there was another situation, and then I remembered I already covered that. Yay being a decent streamer, but not so much so. But yeah, Ali Raza still chasing down Andy. This is so cool to watch. These guys are unbelievable. Absolute talent. Just to give you guys an idea of what this view looks like. It is so hard to chase someone down the mountain, but ain't nothing but a thing for Mr. Ali Raza keeping up with Andy. These two are going to be going 10 tenths every single corner, every single lap. Fantastic competition between these two. Teammates, competitors, but just fantastic drivers all around. Ollie getting a bunch of that draft. Huge braking zone as you get that feel from the helmet cam. That's why I love that cam. No, don't hit me ahead. I forgot about that. I don't know if you guys can see, but Ali Raz is giving a little bit of photonic motivation to Andy. The don't hit me ahead is actually my eldest daughter, giving a bit of a scowling look. Might take a better look at that. Ooh, Andy goes a little bit wide, giving Ali a little bit of delta. Is he gonna think about it? Is he gonna try and make a send, a little bit of a move into cutting? I think these guys are both in the same VC too, so I'm hoping they're talking crap to each other. But wow, what a fun little sequence of events. Ali again, a little bit more photonic motivation. Let's go down in the leaderboard. I think there's some action happening back here. It looks like Jason Provolone might have had a little bit of a situation with King, Shooty, Kerbal right behind. Tight little pack here. Oh, Provolone off. What is going on? Safe rejoin. Good job. Oh, looks like he might have an issue with the car. Releasing Kerbal. Sorry, releasing King, Shooty, and Kerbal. Petrovic's right behind. As Sebastian now up into P14. Rotted cheese. Indeed, it's moldy. Something is going on. That'd be a cool team name for the cheese man, Moldy Motors. The blue cheese car. Ooh. Shooty having or Neil having a look on the outside. Makes that position. Locks it in. P11 for Shooty. P12 for Kerbal. Now Kerbal has potential draft advantage, but chooses not to take it. Interesting choice. Ducks back in. There it is. Looking again. Putting a lot of pressure on Casey Shooty. Neil Kerbal again having tons of practice for an alternate race here at Bathurst. Sends it on the outside a little bit loose. Isn't able to keep it, but still side by side with Casey Shooty. These guys going at it hard early in the race. Decides to tuck back in behind as Sebastian, or I should say Sebastian, right behind in P13 now, makes that position ahead to Armand's. This is where Sebastian needs to be a little bit patient, ensure that there's no situation up the mountain, but great racing by these guys so far. As Neil again tucks in behind Casey. Casey trying to wring as much pace as he can out of that Aston Martin. Lovely down the S's. Through the dipper. This is where it all counts. This is where you have to absolutely nail getting back on throttle. Looks like Shooty had a bit of a breaking point, might have gotten under throttle a little bit too early, and that's going to give Sebastian and Neil a bit of an advantage. Looks like Neil is closing in. Looks like Neil is closing in. But just doesn't quite have enough. Does make a mistake. I think this is going to give Sebastian the opportunity to go on the inside into Murray's corner. Does have a look and is going to make that move stick. Yes, gets ahead early. Neil decides to break early, make sure that he doesn't cause any situations there. And there's another point for Sebastian. Great move, great patience as he makes his way up through the field in 12th position. Jake, thank you. Sounds like you might be working. Good luck. See you soon. Oh, we have a yellow flag on track. What is going on? Who do we have here? Let's see. Looks like Rally Dutchy getting himself into a little bit of a situation, but back on track and rolling. So we go back to the top. Ali Raza still within half a second of Andy Boykes and reclaims the fastest lap with a 2:11.4, a 10th faster than Andy. Looks like the battling that's going on between these two guys is giving John Benton the opportunity to stay within 3 seconds. So doing a fantastic job there. Wilson Fernandez looks like he's working his way back up the field as Enderset Bandernera, I think it is now doing a bit of a hold. JP Reed in the KTM right behind as well. Goodness, what a fantastic job by JP, sorry. Getting that KTM up into P9 so far. All that lack of power that it has, just absolutely wringing everything he can out in the corners. You can see multiple car lengths of space being built up in the straights. Unbelievable. Wilson eager to get past the sister car of Sebastian. Going on the outside, going on the inside. Just not quite enough. Looks like Enderset decides to leave the door open. Recognizes the pace. Held him up as much as possible, but probably the sensible thing to do considering Wilson's unfortunate mistake in the first lap. Ali Raza seems to have closed the gap up a bit to Andy. Now 0.3 between them. Right up on that bumper. Again, super difficult to drive these cars. Without, I mean, it's really difficult to drive the car with no issues to begin with, let alone having with no cars around you to begin with, let alone having a car completely blocking your view. Kind of messes with your muscle memory of and your visual triggers of where to turn in and where to brake. Super difficult, but obviously these guys aren't a bunch of rookies out there like I am. Doing a fantastic job for multiple laps on end. 6 laps now, and Ali's still pushing Andy as best as he can. Only within a couple of tenths of each other. Not quite breaking away from the rest of the pack is John Benton. Still within reach. Hanging out, trying to keep as much pace as possible to be able to strike should these guys get into a situation amongst themselves. Going back down, Sebastian up into 11th position now, all the way from 17th. Hunting down Reggie King. It's going to be a little bit difficult with both Mercedes power. But yeah, really having a strong look, showing on the inside, threatening the overtake, but deciding better of it. Reggie riding that first curb, which is usually one that you avoid. Oh, looks like there's an issue with JP on the straight there. Tucks back in behind Reggie and Sebastian. JP looking like there was some sort of an issue. Let's see if we can go catch that. What happened there? Oh, a little bit of a wiggle under braking on the chase. Just enough for these guys to take advantage. That short wheelbase of the car is really difficult to control in their braking. JP doing a fantastic job so far of getting the car to where it is, but it's going to be a tough race. It's going to be a long race. JP tucks back in behind Reggie and looks like Sebastian does manage to find his way through Reggie King and now up into 9th position. as the sun sets on beautiful Mount Panorama. Lights are on. The chase is on, as Sebastian Saez is now 9th position, chasing down the sister car in ESports in the number 12 car. Wilson Fernandez now up into P6. We're sending it on Justin Beachley, reclaiming a P5 position, but does get that 20-second penalty, as we were expecting, get added on. Unfortunate for him, but he's going to have a little bit more work to do than what he's already done to make up for that error in lap 1. So for those of you who don't know, lap 1 penalties do get double time points. So that looked like in my assessment from the booth, probably a 10-second minor with the late braking, and tried to avoid it as best as he could, but just wasn't quite enough. But that 10 seconds gets changed to 20 seconds, considering it was a lap 1 issue. Now, whoa, what is going on there? Hey, you got to give your partner room to drive, but not that much room. As Anderset goes all the way up on the grass, making sure that doesn't make any contact with Sebastian, as Sebastian drives through up into P8 now. Chasing down Gasolina in P7 in the McLaren. JP and Reggie really close to Anderset. Oh no! Bit of a bounce off the wall for Anderset. That is not going to be fun to manage that damage down the road. JP really, really tight now on Reggie. I think they're going to have quite a bit of advantage. At least Reggie's going to have an advantage on the straight, probably with the damage that Anderset received with that tap on the wall going through Sulman Park, I should say. Anderset getting a really good exit, though, out of Forest Elbow. Bit of dust up front. Someone going off. Looks like Neil in the back there going off as well. But this is the battle on track to watch. Reggie King really pushing to try and see what he could do to gain that position from Pedernera. JP as well, with the disadvantage of the pace on the straights, but absolute killer in the mountain. But unfortunately, the mountain's not where you could send a lot of passes, so you really have to find the opportune moment to make that work. But the best thing you could do here at Bathurst is apply pressure, loads and loads of pressure to force the drivers ahead to make a mistake. JP clearly showing crazy amount of pace on the mountain, and Reggie so far doing really well to manage the pressure from behind. How's everybody doing in chat? How are we doing? How are our teammates? Who do we have? Who's got teammates in here that's driving right now? When I hear from you guys, give me a little bit of a track report What you got going on? What are the concerns of your team? What are the strategies? Give it all away. Let's hear from you. Is anyone in chat here who's got a teammate driving? Thought I saw a couple of you guys earlier. Oh, we got it. Looks like we can go back and look at it. I think Sebastian continuing to make advancements. I think that's Gasolina and Beachley. And looks like that battle between Gasolina and Beachley allows Sebastian to take advantage into Hell's Corner. Side by side. But that Merc power is just going to dominate on the straights. And as we see, Sebastian has made that move stick. Fantastic overtake. As he's continuing to chase down Justin Beachley. For that P6 position. Ooh. Ooh, that was a scary moment. That was a bit of a scary moment. What happened? Who was that? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Wilson Fernandez missing the turn in down Skyline. Huge mistake for Wilson. Oh no. Does the right thing, gets out of the way. Make sure that the rest of the pack is able to drive through. Oh no. That is a rough time for Mr. Fernandez. Goodness me. So early in the race too, but we know something about Wilson. Wilson's got incredible talent. I'm sure he's going to get back out there and find some pace and reset. Get back out there. Hey, Steven. Hope you're doing well. If you're free and want to hop into the booth, feel more than welcome to. Or are you racing? I don't know. Sebastian still chasing Beachley right on his bumper now as they go up the mountain through the cutting. Now through Griffin's Mount, which isn't, I don't think, is flat out in the GT4s, but definitely flat to the GT3s. Reed Park, Solman Park, which is also not flat out in the GT4s, I think. Through the fast corner of McPhillamy Park. And trying to absolutely nail Skyline. Whoa. Okay. Looks like we have a problem. I am not sure what's going on, so let's go back into the studio as we wait to see what's happening. Could just be me. I hope it's just me. Hey everyone, it's Eric. I'm back. I am going to... Yikes, that is not a fun situation. It's really odd. It still looks like everybody's here. They're all in the server, I think. ACC things, I suppose. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Hey everyone, if you're just joining, looks like we may or may not have an issue here.
Green line, go, go, go.
Oh. Okay. I'm sorry. Well, good thing. That was weird. Glad I'm not racing, I suppose. Give me a minute and we'll get right back into it. Oh, that was weird. Okay. Good. Glad everyone else didn't have to deal with any issues here, but we are back. I don't know what just happened. I'm glad it was just me. Nothing I had control over. Okay. 3 hours and 30 minutes left in a race. A hiccup on the broadcast side. Nothing I had control over, thankfully. So Mike can't make fun of me for it. But the sun has set. The night is upon us. Stars are coming out in beautiful Australia. And this looks like probably the best opportunity Ali Raza has had to make a move on Andy. And oh boy, does he want to make that move. He does get side by side. And there is a position change between these two. Wow. That is unbelievable. Half hour in, 13 laps. And the absolute relentlessness of Ali Raza eventually pays off with the fastest lap of 2:11.2. No, I'm sorry. With the best, my goodness, the best lap difference between these two drivers. Ali Raza has a best of 2:11.220, and Andy Boyches has a best lap of 2:11.230. Just 100th between them two. Now, what we're gonna have to pay attention to is see if, now that Ali is ahead, did he actually have the pace to break away from Andy? I mean, it looks like he's doing a pretty decent job of pulling away. Clearly, Andy wasn't able to do so. But let's see if, now that the positions have swapped, if that's going to be enough for Ali to just walk away. Going back, though, there's a bit more battling happening as Reggie King, still on the tail of Anderson Pedernera, up in the 8th and 9th position. Great battle here by the two Mercedes. Obviously, no advantage to be gained on the straight with the Merc Power, both being the same make of car. So Reggie's gonna have to be pretty creative, pretty on it, pretty exact and precise to try and make that move work, as JP Reed right behind in the KTM gonna have to be even more creative to find a way through some of the corners and get that overtake done. And I think one of the possibilities is hoping to break the toe that Reggie has behind Anderson and try to find that opportunity that's going to be really difficult somewhere other than the straight. Now, got more battles brewing as Justin Beachley still keeping Sebastian Saez behind, and a little bit of a wiggle. This is going to be the opportunity for Sebastian as he looks on the inside of Justin Beachley. Beachley making that mistake enough for Anderson to have a look on the inside as we go into Hell's Corner. This side's better of it, not only letting Anderson through, but Gasolina taking advantage of the fact as well. Gasolina now side by side right next to Beachley, going down the straight, but that Merc Power is just simply too much for the McLaren to deal with. So Justin Beachley finds the position ahead and maintains his 6th position. As we settle in here, half hour into the race, The night well upon us, the lights lighting up in the background as the city beneath. Imprada, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a great day. We are in the second race of the season for the TRACKILICIOUS GT4 Enduro Championship, a 4-hour race. 33 minutes in. We have Mercedes upon Mercedes upon Mercedes in the top 10 here, with a couple of others trying to sneak themselves in. Ghoukasian in the McLaren, and JP Reed in the KTM in 10th position. You would think that there'd be a wide gap between the drivers at this point, but the packs are actually still pretty tight, impressively. So Ali Raza and Andy Boyker is only 3 seconds between the two. Ali seems like he's pulling away a little bit, doing a good job. Beating out the Mountain King in pace is kind of a tall task. But is he going to be able to hold it up for a full 4 hours? 3 hours and 26 minutes remaining. Phenomenal laps put in by these two guys. And both of them have quite a bit of pace in their partners as well. So the bench is very, very deep on these teams. John Benton still managing to keep up with the rest of the crew up here. Good pace by the top three. A real fight for the podium. Professor Kanotis in P4 on a bit of an island, but still managing a great position in the Mercedes and the T-Swizzle livery. Sebastien Saez with an unfortunate contact early in the race, dropping all the way down to P17, has made his way all the way up to P5. I'm going to be hunting down that P4 position with a bit of clear road ahead. Chipping away at it, a 10th or two. Fastest lap from Sebastien is a 12:3.97. Fastest lap by Professor Kanotis is a 12:8.02. So about 4/10 between them. Gonna take a while for Sebastien to really close that gap up, but we'll be chipping away at it. Let's go through the grid here. Still 19 cars on track. Justin Beachley just behind Sebastien. Justin in a Mercedes with Ghoukasian eager to gain that spot back with the McLaren in P7, but as we've seen through quali and through the start of the race here, the Mercedes seems to be the absolute king car here. No, it's not entirely Mercs. Actually, we had an issue here. Let's get back to broadcasting mode. No, we got a lot of Mercs on track for sure, Steven, but we got a couple other heroes in here with Camaros and McLarens, and of course the KTM under the reign of the master JP Reed. Down in 8th place, Anderset Pedernera in the Argentinian Binga Simracing. Was doing a little bit of a pinga-ponga off the walls earlier, but doesn't seem to have been too much damage as his pace is still quite good. Reggie King behind. I think JP could do a great job proving any car is a great car under his hands. He's such a good driver. And an excellent teammate at that, willing to work around the flexible needs of his horrible teammate, Eric Ghoukasian, but having the sub of the legend, Ilippo Ratsalainen, stepping in. Jaeger going for a participation trophy. Well, hopefully you're typing on the straight, as I can't criticize you for typing and driving as I do that myself. But I do ensure that it's with no other cars on track. JP really looking. Looks like Beachley made a mistake somewhere. Or is that Beachley? No, it's an Aston. Looks like it could be Jaeger or Rally getting out of the way. Who's in the Aston? That's not Jaeger. That is Rally Dutch getting out of the way. Sensibly so. Oh, sitting in the pit. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Jaeger. Might have had some damage, I presume. So, but get back out there. You can do it. The only way you get better at Bathurst is by crashing more. And then you hopefully crash less. And then crash a little bit less than that and stop crashing. That's how my development has been at Bathurst for sure. Took a really long time to get to a position where you just do a 20-minute race without any incidents, and then you do a 40-minute race without any incidents, and then if you're lucky you do a 60-minute race without any incidents. Then eventually you get to a point where you could do a full stint, and then maybe 2 stints. So yeah, it takes a long time, but you can't get better if you don't drive the track. So see that you're already back out there. Super awesome. Keep going. Just be cognizant of the cars around. Neil Kerbel, 11th position, as we continue to go down the field. Only a couple seconds behind JP, so Neil doing a fantastic job. Provolone trying to get the It Ain't Easy Being Cheesy car back into points earning positions with a mistake earlier on in the race over on the top of the mountain. Looks like the Aston's got a bit of a struggle for sure at this track. Not too hot. Unfortunately, we had a situation right before the first race where the release of the update had a big change on balance of performance. So where we used to run the LFM BOP, we've since removed it to try and make it a little bit more fair as new BOPs develop through LFM's extensive database, I should say. But shooting in 13th, Armand Petrovic. Is that Latvian? That's a Latvian flag. Anyone? Correct me if I'm wrong. In P14 in the 69 CDR boys car. A legend in the Camaro. Zane Blisket. Mad Fox Racing Zane. In the McLaren. P15 for Zane. P16 for Liam Kozlowski. Liam in the other ZDR boys car. The other Camaro. Wilson Fernandez. Now, for those of you who weren't here from the start, Wilson unfortunately had 2 major mistakes. The first one being on lap 1, getting into some contact with Sebastian in the Pinga Sim Racing team, up into P5 now. And the second huge error over on Skyline, sending him into the wall. Massive damages for Wilson on that particular occasion. But spirits are high. He's back out, has been out for quite some time, laying down some really fast times. Only a couple of tenths off the fastest. I think Wilson has the third fastest time. Yeah, the third fastest best lap out on track of everybody. So clearly he has the pace, and he's going to be hunting down one driver after the other in that early mistake. Rally Dutchy coming into the pits. Potentially another situation for Rally. Rally doing a fantastic job making sure that he doesn't cause any incidents with the others on track. So good job, Rally. Happy that you're on track. Very sensible. Rally Dutchy in the Mad Fox Racing doing his best to learn a little bit of track, a little bit of, oh no, a little bit of Bathurst, I should say. Jaeger, a little bit of a pirouette as we see through the chase, getting your tires on the outside, on the grass, fully loaded. Clearly not the best strategy, but fortunately for Jaeger, doesn't seem to be any damage there, and gets out of the way to make sure the drivers around and the laps ahead are able to make it through. There we have it. 45 minutes into the race. I apologize, I can't be more excitable or louder, as my voice truly limits my ability to get excited. But speaking of excitement, we have JP Reed still trying to make up this position, but the places are different. It looks like Reggie King did finally manage to get around Anderson Pedernera, as Reggie is now up into 8th position and has built quite a gap, as JP now is chasing Anderson with only 4 tenths between them. There you have it, JP able to get through. Up into 9th position for JP, and I think he's got the pace on Reggie. No, their best laps only 150 hundredths of a second. So 0.015 second difference between the two of their best lap. JP a little bit faster, but yeah, is going to be chasing down Reggie King moving forward. Reggie working on his consistency, something that is absolutely critical here at Bathurst. And still, you know, again, even though we're 45 minutes into the race, there are still some battles going on track. So we have Sebastian and the 27 Pinga Racing Sim Racing team Mercedes closing down on Professor Carnotis. Only a second between the two. Gasolina and Beachley still within a spitting distance of each other. Neil Kerbel and Anderset just ahead. And Wilson Fernandez now trying to make his way back up the field with a huge mistake. Two big mistakes, as we saw earlier in the race. For the time being, we stay on Sebastian here and see what it takes for him to make the move on Professor Kernotis. Oh, we see a big mistake by Kernotis. Anderset. Oh, sorry, Sebastian making the move. Thought it might take a couple more laps, but alas, we're not gonna get a voice break. Sebastian looking on the inside and is able to make the move stick. Kernotis tucking in behind. Welcome, Scott Sullivan and Navy 6 Scott. Hope you're doing well. Are you in this race, Scott? I don't remember. If you haven't checked out Scott Sullivan, check him out. Does a great job in the rookie series. Has been developing massively through the seasons. And is one of the faster drivers now, I think, in that series. Soon gonna outclass himself from being able to drive in the rookies anymore. Looks like Neil Kerbel now trying to take it to Anderset Pedernera. And we have a battle between Gasolina and Beachley now. How about we do this? Let's hop on board with Gasolina, and then maybe we could stick around for a couple of laps. Oh no. Looks like he's going for the move. See how long it'll take Gasolina to make that move work. Is he gonna try here? Looks like he is. He's making Beachley think of it. Oh, and he does send it in. He's gonna be able to stop it in time. Is Beachley gonna have enough to respond into the first corner? He does. Gets on the inside. Fantastic by these two. Is the Mercedes power going to be enough to get Beachley back up side by side as we go through the mountain straight? Not quite enough. So Gasolina, fantastic overtake. Great battling. Good respect between the two. Maybe we could stay on board with Beachley to see if he's able to take the fight back to Gasolina. These two have been seemingly going back and forth through the entire race. Almost an hour into it with 3 hours remaining here at Bathurst. Oh, oh no. Wow. That was one heck of a save by Beachley. That was impressive. I wasn't scared. Were you scared? I wasn't scared. You were scared? I wasn't scared. Alrighty, we're gonna get the camera up on a bit of auto show. See what the ACC TV picks up while we're going around. Showing some love to a bunch of the drivers, a wide range of the drivers on track. Jaeger still out on track, doing the best that they could do, which is all you could ask. All right, folks. Just had to give myself a little bit of a break. As we are on board with Ali Raza, the Razzle Dazzle Shabazzle in P1, showing incredible pace out on track. Go into the view so you could feel the speed in which he's able to carry. The incredible pace. Bit of a correction up on the cutting, but flying through Quarry Bend, or sorry, I should say Griffin's Mound, Reed Park, Sloman Park, McPhillamy Park, all the parks down through Skyline as he has some lap traffic ahead. Who I believe is Blisket. Oh my goodness, that was close. Very uncomfortable. That made me nervous for sure, but as you could expect, Ali Raza right on it, making sure that no issues for him, but it does close down the gap as I think we start seeing the pit starting to happen. For most of the cars, starting to come into the pits and tagging their partners in. Bunch of people already pitting. And I'm sure that we're going to see the likes of Andy and Ali pitting as well, as we see Sebastian in the Pinga Simracing Mercedes come in. So John Benton out, Luke in. I think they did a fantastic job so far. Tim Shady, how do you pronounce Luke's last name? Neuenhuizen, maybe? Correct me if I'm wrong, please, so we can get Luke's name right on stream. A lot of cars in the pits now. Okay, cool. Neuenhuizen. Sebastian able to get out. All fine and dandy into the P4 position as the Dutch understeer team gets their position back for P3. Looks like Sebastian is double stinting. And we have the leaders in the pits. Are they going to be able to gain some position? The race in the pits is just as critical as the race outside of it. Good stop by Ali, looks like. Good stop by Andy, looks like. Are they going to do a second stint in here? What is going to happen? Are they going to swap? Who is going to win the race in the pit? And then is Luke going to have enough to gain an advantage while these two are in the pits. This is coming down Conrad straight into the chase. It's quite a bit of ways back. Ali makes his way out. Andy makes his way out. Both popping back into the car. From a very, very brief look at it, I think the better stop was by Ali. Now 4.5 seconds ahead of Andy. But still quite a bit of gap between P3, the Dutch understeer team with Luke Nieuwenhuizen in position. Not too bad an outlap from Luke, 2:17. But definitely would be looking to improve and catch up to P1 and P2 solidly in the P3 spot now. We have JP Reed up into P4. How does he manage that? Is JP pit yet? I don't know. I have no idea what happened, but JP Reed is all the way up in P4 position. He must not have pit yet, but my spotter guide is showing that he has. So I'm not sure what's going on. Oh, is JP double stinting tires? Maybe. Possibly. That could be what it is. What an absolute legend. So it looks like we have swaps in several teams. A new driver in for the second stint with Luke Nieuwenhuizen in the Dutch understeer squad. Ali staying back in. Andy staying back in. JP back in the KTM. Diego Coscio, I think, is the correct way to pronounce that if we're going to make it Italian. In the Pinga Simracing, taking over from Sebastian. Jarek Snyder hopping in to the T-Swizzle, taking over from Kernotis. We got Gasolina back in the car as the camera tries to catch up with his incredible pace. And now has managed to build himself a 12-second gap to Beachley behind, but is tight on Snyder ahead. Did a pretty good job. Beachley back in the car. Reggie King back in the car, now chasing down Justin Beachley. Aaron Miller taking over from Casey Schutte. Anderset Pedernera back in the Pinga Simracing, number 12. Provi, it ain't easy being cheesy back in the car. Maintaining Potts. Swapping out with Neil Kerbel. Now in the car. Wilson Fernandez, pretty sure running this race solo for Wilson. Up into 14th position. Trying to make positions back up from the huge mistake down on the over the mountain. Hello, Helmetron Gaming. Welcome back. A cheesy supporter, a cheester. And we got Ryder Magnuson taking over from Armand's, I believe, in the ZDR car. Zane Bliskett still in the Mad Fox. Turner Johnson in the second ZDR car. That's another swap. And Rally Dutchy and Jaeger Carew still in the car, albeit some in the pits. Why don't we hop on with Gasolina here, who looks like is making moves, trying to gain that position from Jarek Snyder, who's just recently hopped in the car. What is going on? Well, I'm sorry, folks. Let me try to fix this again. Something is clearly wrong with my connection here. I'm not sure what. But hopefully we can connect back into the race, and hopefully everyone else is not having a problem.
Green light, show them what you got.
Yeah, that is really, really weird. Well, hello again. We are still at Bathurst. At least everybody else is. Hopping back into the race here as we were watching Gasolina chase down Jarek Snyder. And let's go back in it. Sorry about that. I'm not sure what's going on, but my AC keeps disconnecting for some reason. All right, we're back in it. Only 1.2 seconds between these two. Hope everybody is having a great day. Welcome, Cheesters, Provoloners. We are an hour and 18 minutes into the race. 2 hours and 42 to go. Ali Raza, Andy Boy here's way up ahead of everyone else. 45-second gap to the rest of the field. We see a huge move with JP Reed popping up into 4th position. Now, how that happened, I don't know, but with the pit stops, went in from P9 all the way up to P4 in a nuts, insane move by JP. But yeah, great job. Beachley trying to chase down Reggie King for the P8 position. And Gaz trying to hunt down Jarek Snyder for that P6. I think this is the battle to watch, so I want to stay on here. We're settling into this race. Hour and 20 minutes in. 2 and 40 to go. Now the field's slowly starting to spread apart, but couple of people to watch out for. So Gaz here chasing down Snyder within the second of each other, and then as we see Wilson trying to make back up from the mistakes he made earlier on the race, dropping all the way down to 14th, but I'm sure we'll be eager to get back up in the top 10, if not the top 5 positions. He certainly has the pace to do so. As we see a new incredible fastest lap of 2:10.8 by Ali Raza. Just killing it right now. Gasolina getting really, really tight. Eager to get that move done. Let's watch and see what he's got. Yeah. AV6 Scott, for those of you who don't know, I'm pretty sure winner of the reverse grid race just the other night. Is that correct, Scott? I was traveling for work, so I was unable to watch it. Beating out Ali Raza, as a matter of fact. No, we're just gonna ignore that, Scott. I think it was just pure talent and skill. Absolutely, a win's a win. Is that your first win at Trackalicious? That's awesome. It is. Three wins, Mr. Sullivan. Look at you. I'm jealous. I have one win and I'm like super ecstatic about it. And I have way more time at Trackalicious than you do. Your win to race ratio is significantly higher than mine. As we see here, Gaz getting closer and closer. Thinking about it. Oh, that's close. It's really making Provolone think. Or I should say Snyder, sorry. The T-Swizzle car. Snyder going in for the defensive line. Doing a fantastic job covering it. And Gasolina makes a bit of a mistake slowing him down. Fortunately, no damage there. I've hit that curb quite a few times, and sometimes it ends up being pretty ugly. So fortunate for Gasolina to be able to maintain the position and the control of the car. Gasolina still very eager to get that position from Jarek Snyder going into the 6th spot on grid. Trying to get as much of the draft as he can from that Mercedes. Again, Snyder taking the defensive line. Really tough to gain much at Quarry Bend on the outside, but I have seen moves down there, some successfully, some not so much, as we saw earlier in the race, unfortunately. However, Gasolina not giving up, still very eager, smelling blood in the water, in the hunt. Now, to be fair to Snyder, Gasolina has a little over an hour more laps around him through this race. It could get pretty nerve-wracking hopping into a car at Bathurst. Because the smallest mistake at the first lap or the second lap or any lap can result in some pretty major problems. But Jarek, no stranger to Bathurst, despite the football field between him and the apex there. But clearly Gasolina doing a little bit better of a job through the laps in the last couple of laps. Really pushing hard to make that pass happen. We actually have, interestingly enough, a couple more battles brewing on track, as Diego Castillo in P3 now has JP Reed and Luke Neuenheisen right behind. Take a second and go look at that. Again, JP doing a pretty stellar job in that KTM, taking it all the way up to 4th position. Now hunting down 3rd. All right, let's see if we could hunt down some drivers and see if they can give us a bit of a middle of the race interview. Get you guys some content. Raleigh Dutchy with a drive-through. Raleigh, at Bathurst, that means that you've hit the wall in a unfavorable way at least 4 times. Because that's usually when you get a drive-through at Bathurst, is when you make contact with the wall. One of the higher speed corners, probably one of the parks, Reed Park, Solomon Park. So that's very unfortunate and really difficult to do. So I guess congratulations is in order as well. We go through some of the drivers here, see if we could bring in anybody for a quick interview. See how they're doing. Gasolina is still firm on the chase there, applying a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure to Jarek Snyder there for that P6 position. In the back here, we have Wilson Fernandez. He's made up time up to that 13th spot. Wilson taking the wider entry line, trying to maximize speed on the exit with Potts trying to keep up. And Wilson in really tight through the chase, looking on the inside. And going into the pits. Oh, it's probably about that time where he's got a pit. So he's probably a pit behind everybody else. And while that happens, we have a guest here. Jaeger Carew. Welcome. How
are a surprise?
Yeah, how are you doing?
Oh, average dying.
Average dying. I mean, it tends to happen at Bathurst.
Oh yeah, it's not one of my best maps.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough track to figure out. So Jaeger, as we see you in the pits, taking a break, hanging out in the broadcast booth, tell us a little bit about your preparation for this race. Why don't you?
Wake up 30 minutes before, grab a coffee, and hope for the best.
Oh my goodness. Well,
I wake up very late usually, so
I guess we can confirm that is not a recipe for success.
no. Any other track I would have been fine. This one.
How about beforehand? Have you tried to run some laps in the practice server?
Oh yeah, for the 30 minutes I had it, I was giving it what I could, seeing what I could hit.
All of 30 minutes of practice, Jaeger. Come on, dude.
In 30 minutes, I managed to do one lap. It is really not my best map.
Well, it's not your best map because you did 30 minutes of it. You're not going to get better by only doing 30 minutes of practice.
I know. There's only so much I can do.
Scott, can you tell this youth that a little bit of a different strategy is required to show improvement of all places?
Oh no, not the ooh thing again. Is that what it's showing on my car?
Well, yeah, let's have a look. What do you have on your car? Yeah, you're the Ooh team. That's what your car team's name.
I picked an old livery that I had on there.
Oh, you didn't submit your livery, I don't think. Let's have a look.
Oh, just like some of the default liveries.
Yeah.
I have made, and I didn't pay attention to what it was called.
Yeah. Well, clearly, folks, Jaeger is quite committed to this race on all fronts. Jaeger has put in an inabsorbent amount of practice, all 30 minutes in one solid valid lap. Okay, and then because he had put so much commitment and so much time and so much effort and love into the race and into practice, the livery to match.
A lot of effort.
Lots of effort. And you know what? Let's go through it in a little. Can you walk us through the livery a bit here?
You know, I had to just decide really well on what number I wanted to really decide.
What would you call this color here, Jaeger?
It's like a it's like a purplish pink.
Okay.
All I know, the color coding is 539.
Okay, wow. We got a lot. We got a 539 here for those that don't know. Okay. solid purple pink color.
With a good like chrome tint to it, gives it a nice little shine.
Okay.
For a top stripe, we just put on like a one black to separate it out a bit.
Okay. I mean, folks, the attention to detail is unreal. Okay. Unreal attention to detail. The picking. I mean, I'm sure you spent all of like 30 minutes going through the stripe combination options. And I feel like, is this a different color that you picked here for the stripe? There's a bit of
Oh, yeah.
a,
There's a bit of a brown in there.
okay. Obviously, you know, in nature you see brown and pink together all the time.
Well, it was more to match out with the black to give a darker color with separation.
Okay. We're getting reports that there's a battle on track. There's 2 seconds between them, Chrono. As they get closer, we'll stray away from this artistic expression of a livery. So yeah, we're seeing the brown. We're seeing the brown, and pink. Clearly a combination of winners. And then tell us about the wheels.
I forgot to put chrome on there.
Oh,
So that would be the initial pink you would see, but because it's chrome, it gives like a purplish tint.
okay. Well, Jaeger, I don't know what else is there to add.
Nothing. The day I learned how to do liveries, that'll change.
Oh, you guys have some crazy Mad Fox liveries. What are you talking about?
All made by Blisk. I have not made a single one. I've attempted, but
I mean, is this it looks like you maybe have selected your race suit as well? Is that a conscious color choice or?
oh, that just came with it.
Okay. Well, it would be too much to ask for you to put any more effort into it. So I guess yeah, good job on this livery. let's check out what's going on track. So clearly, you know, your commitment to this race has been, let's say, second to none. I mean, you know, we got Andy and Raza here with
been excited for it.
literally thousands of hours on Bathurst, and you with so much experience put in 30
I'm only
minutes
5 times in the last hour.
How's your soup?
My soup was very good.
As good as your livery?
A little better, I think. There was a bit more effort.
Was your soup as pink as your wheels or as brown as your stripe?
Brown as a stripe.
Okay. Tell us a little bit more about your soup, because there wasn't much to talk about your livery.
You know, a bit of pea soup with some shredded cheese on top. You add in some crackers, you know, to pick up on the liquid of the soup.
Okay. Lots of thought that went into it, clearly. A little bit more than your livery, of course. Did you make it yourself?
Yeah, I had it cooking on the side while I was going in and out of it. And when I knew it was done, I kind of just got up and get it.
Okay. So folks, let me just be clear. As the one of the admins here at TRACKILICIOUS, the only reason why I'm not absolutely livid at Jaeger here for giving zero shits about putting training into this critical race is because he did manage to stay out of the way quite well, out of everybody else's way, and didn't take anybody else out. Because had you done that, then our conversation would be very, very different.
I pride myself on causing no accidents and being as safe as possible usually.
Okay. Now
'Cause
let's
I know
get
I'm gonna mess up eventually.
let's get back to the soup, because clearly you put a lot more effort into the soup than you did this race. Did you season your soup with anything?
Of course, some salt and pepper on there.
Salt and pepper, wow.
It'd be criminal to do otherwise.
Of course. I mean, you salt and peppered your livery with a black and brown stripe, so that was kind of cool.
Just you wait, now you're pushing it. I'm gonna come out with a livery someday.
I mean, we would love to see it. But what I would suggest, though, Jaeger, okay, before you spend hours on your livery trying to figure it out, I think you should try and spend a couple of more laps on Bathurst so you can complete a lap.
Yeah. Well, I've completed a few laps.
Oh, okay. So tell us a little bit more about that.
Well, I would hit the wall initially, but you know, I'd still complete it. But
Okay, okay. I mean, we do have. I mean, look, credit to you. You don't have the slowest, fastest lap. Okay,
no.
your good old buddy Rally Dutchy is 0.2 slower than you. Now the difference is Rally's still on track, I believe. Okay,
Yeah.
and has the ability to potentially beat out your fastest lap.
Yeah.
Now I'll be cheering for him. Okay,
I am too. I believe he's also playing in VR still.
in VR, is that a bad thing?
To me, yes, because I would not be able to see where I'm going,
Okay. Because clearly before, without the VR, you can see very well where you're going on track,
especially at nighttime.
especially at nighttime. Okay.
Well, usually when it's other tracks, I do perfectly fine. It's just this one. This track in particular just gets me every time.
Okay. And what is it about the track that is most difficult for you?
I think it's just climbing a mountain with all those turns, then suddenly it changing elevation so much.
Okay.
I'm not used to it. I'm more of a flat track.
Mm-hmm. So the non-straight part of the track is the hard part.
Yeah. After that, I'm perfectly fine.
Okay. Okay. Um. so, so you're saying, I just want to get this right because it's a very, very obviously intricate, detailed description of what's difficult about this track. And I'm not the sharpest of guys, so the parts that have turns in them are the harder parts, and then the parts that are mostly straight are something that I think you got that down on this track. Is that right?
Oh yeah, I usually just let go of the wheel.
Okay. Oh, okay. A recipe for success, clearly. I mean, how else would you be drinking your soup if you didn't let go of the wheel?
Oh, but looking at it real quick though, the Beachley coming up on King really fast here.
Yeah, you know what I think Beachley did? I think he practiced. And I think when he was practicing, he was focusing on the corners just as much as he was focusing on the straights. I mean, I don't know for sure. That's just an assumption. But
I'm gonna be
Beachley,
honest, I really forgot about this whole race because I know it's once a month, and it just skipped my mind.
it's schedules are hard. Yeah, especially when Saturdays suddenly jump at you out of the week, you know? Because of the varying ways in which Saturday comes up. You know, sometimes it's after Friday, and other times it's after Friday, and then, you know, sometimes it's magically after Friday again.
Yes, but the 4-hour races aren't every Saturday.
No, they're not every Saturday. They're just usually the Saturday after the Friday before the Saturday.
I was surprised though, looking at the schedule, that we were skipping 1 week on the GT3s and the GT4.
Well,
on Monday and Sunday.
It just so happened to be Super Bowl Sunday tomorrow, and we figured that quite a few of our participants are going to want to watch it. So yeah, I know
that would make sense.
the Super Bowl isn't for everybody, but we do have quite a few Swifties in our group, in our server. So I mean, their commitment to the Swizzle is next to none. So we want to make sure that they had the ability to see Taylor Swift potentially win her first Super Bowl.
Oh, okay.
A question in chat for Jaeger: Would an oval suit Jaeger better?
Depends. Is it right turns or left turns?
Well, I can answer that question for you. As a non-oval person, I do know this one bit of information. They've been doing ovals for quite some time, and it's always been left turns. How do lefts work for you, Jaeger?
Lefts can be very good for me. I
Okay.
usually handle lefts a lot better than rights.
Okay. So you're a left person, not a right person. Okay, we got it. Good piece of information. Clearly, they're very different. Surprising that this track doesn't suit you because it is a counterclockwise track, so more lefts than rights. But you know, overall, just to answer Tim Shady 93's question here, straights are the best part.
You are enjoying yourself.
Well, well, we do have 2 hours and 13 minutes to go with only one battle on track. No, 2 battles on track, as we have Provolone chasing down Miller as well. But I mean, it's interesting content. It is definitely engaged Tim Shady's curiosity about your driving style. Tim, do you have any more questions for Jaeger? Because I'm about to go back to the pea soup, because I still have a lot of questions about that.
I mean, it's kind of like Tuesday's race on Silverstone. That track I'm very good on.
Okay.
I really enjoy that track.
Okay. I mean, Silverstone does have turns as well as straights, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So
it's just the flatness of it.
Okay. So it's like, what throws you off is the up and down nature of the track.
Yeah, the sudden elevation change.
Okay, not the walls. The walls aren't the problem. The fact that it goes up and down is the problem.
Yeah.
Okay, and you know how many places you actually notice the up and down portion of the track?
On this track, I've noticed at least 3 different elevation changes.
Okay, so we're really talking about, like, Skyline is one of the big ones, right? That's the hardest elevation change portion of it. Oh, Miller lets Provolone through, and that is a position for the Cheese Man. Good job, Provolone. Great pace. Sorry, back to the elevation changes. The critical nature in which we were receiving this discussion and information, as we do see. Gonna go into TV mode here. Joking aside, appreciate Jaeger you joining the booth, giving everybody some entertainment here, and giving my voice a bit of a break. This is it's tough. The voice part's tough. It's hard to get shouty and excited, but Beachley now up on King and tons of traffic to deal with. Looks like the people ahead are potentially lapped down. Let's look here. Who do we have ahead? Oh,
that name on 6, which
Luke Neuenheisen.
Yeah, we got Petrovic and Bliskets, who are laps down, so that's back traffic.
So actually, yeah. So Reggie, Luke, Reggie, and Justin. This is a battle for position. That is an overtake for Reggie King. Looks like Luke might have gotten himself into a situation. Jaeger, we actually have racing out on track. Pea soup information is gonna have to wait. So Beachley now going at Luke. Fortunately for Reggie managed to get through Luke for that 6th position quite easily. There must have been a situation for Luke. Luke was all the way up into P3, I believe. Oh, there's a car out on track. That looks like a Blisket, but managing to stay out of the way. Yeah, that I'm almost sure. Yeah, RTG for Blisket.
Yeah, it was a hard hit on the right wall.
Yeah,
I'm guessing it was a bad bump on the slight cribbing on the left.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. And let's see here. I'm actually gonna do this. Just you probably already have your game up, so you're looking at it in real time, but just so that you can see what I am looking at as well. So Luke now under pressure from Beachley. Beachley trying to make that move. Does seem to get ahead. And back on to the chase to get back up to Reggie King. And that, folks, is a bit of racing in the middle of the race. 2 hours and 10 minutes to go. Justin Beachley now up into 7th position. Reggie King up into 6th position. Gasolina in 5th. Gasolina 2 seconds behind Snyder. Snyder making his way all the way up to 4th. So managing to defend Gasolina fairly well for the past hour or so. Maybe a little bit less, 30, 40 minutes. Yeah, great job from Jarek, managing to find that consistency to stay ahead. Ali Raza still in P1, just doing his thing as he often does. But Andy Boyka is just behind. We can see in screen here, not too far away, 3.5 seconds. Managed to close up that gap. I think they were somewhere in the order of 4 or 5 when they came out of the pit. So Andy finding some pace, being able to keep it tight as they We have a little bit of time left for them to tag their partners in. Now, looks like things are settling down again. So we have Ali in P1. Andy Boy here is right behind P2, 3.5 seconds behind. Diego Coscio. I'm going to stick with that one and presume that it's an Italian lineage name from the Argentinian here. Diego in P3, making their way all the way back up. But a pretty significant gap, unfortunately, for Diego and Sebastian, the Argentinian team. The Pinga Simracing. Jarek Snyder, 40 seconds behind that at P4. Gasolina, 2 seconds. Still trying to hunt down Snyder in the number 1 car. P6 for Reggie King. P7 for Justin Beachley. Blisket rating with a party of 9. Welcome, everybody. Unfortunately, Blisket, we saw your adventure out on the right side, right before Skyline there. Sad to see you leave. Well, you're welcome to join the broadcast booth as your buddy Jaeger here and I are having some lovely conversation about left turns and pea soup. The new Jaeger Karoo podcast.
Quite a first presentation.
Yeah. That's definitely what your broadcast would be called. Left turns and pea soup. Where pink meets brown. That could mean a lot of different things, and I'm not going to repeat that one again.
We're just going to avoid it.
Maka not working tonight. That is unfortunate, Blisket. But since we have a parked McLaren, Zane, would you like to join this interesting conversation about pea soups in the broadcast booth? I love how Rally's still holding out. The legend.
Oh, yeah. He'll keep going until something really happens.
Oh. He's done it? Yeah, Rally beat your time. You are now the slowest person on track.
Yeah. I'm fine with that.
Oh, goodness. Goodness. Yeah, let's keep looking here. It looks like what is this battle happening? Ooh. Oh, so that's a lapped Wilson Fernandez trying to get through.
Yeah. And Beachley trying to catch up to King again.
Yeah.
He was slowly pulling away.
Yeah, I think if I were in Beachley's place, I would let Wilson go.
Because fighting would just distract.
Yeah, it's distracting, and you have to take some weird lines sometimes to defend. But Wilson is just not quite there to make it happen. So Beachley would effectively be losing a lot of time if he does let him go. It would be a lot better if Wilson was like really on his bumper, so that he doesn't have to lose a lot of time lifting and coasting to let Wilson by. And this is probably the right spot to do it. But again, Wilson's just not quite there. I suspect as well that Wilson's carrying a lot more fuel because he has a offset pitch strategy because he had that mid-stint crash. Ooh, that's an early braking spot for Wilson. I think he wanted to go a little bit deeper, but he's had one incident so far, and I'm sure trying to avoid another one. But he's right there now. I think he's going to have the opportunity for an overtake because Beachley doesn't have a draft, but Wilson does. Well, no. Beachley's still managing to stay ahead.
Just barely. Those 2 to 3 temps can really play with the mind.
Oh, there's a bit of a slide there up the cutting for Beachley. I think that's going to get Wilson even closer.
And now Raza slowly making his way up.
Yeah. Yeah, only now a 4-second gap between him and Andy. Wilson's super eager to try and get this pass made so he can continue to make progress, but Beachley doing a decent job of staying ahead. Now the rules of Trackalicious are blue flag rules follow GT style racing rules, and Enduro style racing rules is that you don't just jump out of the way and let the person pass. However, if they get their nose in and are there, then you got to let them go. But Wilson just hasn't been close enough for that to be the case. And I think his fuel has a lot to do with it. Yeah, because he's just not able to catch up to Beachley quite the same way as you'd expect him to on the straights. And, oh no, that was scary. There's a wiggle for Wilson. Looked like he was headed right for the wall, but managed to
My
keep
guess is they both accelerate on the curb. Beachley handled a little bit better, and Fernandez didn't see it coming.
Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, let's why don't we hop into Fernandez's car? Let's look if there's anything else going on. Gasolina closing back up to Snyder, but not quite there yet. But yeah, Wilson dropping quite some ways down now. It's really tough to make your way around the mountain with another car ahead of you.
The visuals is really important on the mountain.
Yeah.
Especially at night, already making it more limited.
Yeah. I mean, I'm impressed you know that from your one completed lap in practice.
It was 30 minutes. Just
30 minutes. I mean, in 30 minutes, I'm sure you memorized all of the stickers on the wall.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, Wilson. Oh, a little bit of a tap on the wall there for Wilson Fernandez. The Brazilian driver of Vacuum Racing. He can see so much more pace on the mountain between him and Beachley. He's able to close up the gap quite a bit. But the other thing Wilson has to worry about, I believe, he's got Ali Raza, the Razzle Dazzle, Shabazzle right behind him, closing that gap.
Very quickly. Beachley also gaining some temps on King, slowly approaching.
That's right. Beachley now only 2.5 seconds behind Reggie King. Closing up 2/10. Traffic is going to be a huge play here as we are halfway through our race.
And Beachley will be going to pits.
That's a smart move. That is a smart move. Oh no! Wilson makes a mistake. My goodness. That is so uncharacteristic of him. I don't know. Was that a mistake or was he just letting Ali by? Let's pretend like he was letting Ali by. Now Gasolina within 1 second of Jarek Snyder back up. These guys have been going at it for at least 10 laps. So we get the halfway indicator. From the game. So while we get a chase between Gasolina and Snyder. So we had brownish pea soup, as you explained earlier, salt and pepper. Was there anything else to make this concoction as significant as it sounds?
Well, the shredded cheese on top with the crackers, the crumpled up crackers.
Of course, the shredded cheese and the crackers. And as we were skillfully described to earlier, it's about the consistency and the ability of the crackers to soak in the soup, the water, right? That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
So this isn't just a culinary experience, it's an engineering marvel.
Well, shown to me by my grandfather so long ago, and continuing on. Snyder doing a bit of a slip, letting Gasolina catch up a bit closer to 2/10 being away.
Look, this isn't a
And
racing channel, okay? We're talking about pea soups here. Why are you changing the conversation?
you know,
As Snyder tucks into the pits, as Jaeger, rightfully so, brings the attention back to the track.
I'm sorry, I was trying to be professional.
No, good call. Snyder tucking into the pits, trying to get a really good pit stop, and Gasolina now set free to try and run some laps without any traffic, as Mr. Carew politely points out.
And after that, seems nothing too crazy, other than Ghoukasian chasing Beachley a little bit for a pass, but that's just passing back traffic.
Yeah, Castillo hopefully will get through relatively easily. He does have the inside line for that P3 position. Wilson Fernandez, and that is a pass done. Where is Wilson Fernandez? Wilson Fernandez now up into 11th position, having dropped all the way down.
Seems to be a smooth sailing
Yep.
for the next few laps of anything going on, other than if there's a crash somewhere.
Well, I mean, one thing we could say is that you're in the pit, so we're looking pretty good from that perspective. Your buddy Zane. Does Zane get more practice than you did?
Oh yeah, he's
Okay.
actually really good on this track, just the Maka was not being nice to him, especially on the curbing. Set up problems, I would guess. Just the Maka being too stiff and lightly hitting a bump or a curb would really mess up his car's stability.
Well, that's unfortunate. And just getting reports from the pits here that the second ZDR car had to retire. Internet connection died. So unfortunately they had to quit the race. So we're down to 17 cars on track. Got your buddy Zane left. Got the second ZDR car, and there was another. We had 20 cars to begin with, so I'm not sure who the other car is. But
The Porsche left early on.
Porsche. Who's
the one Porsche? I think was Junior.
Oh yeah. I wonder what happened to them.
I believe Bliskett saw it. He had it crashed, and then that we didn't pay attention after that, but we noticed that he was gone.
Oh, that sucks. Well, Bathurst claims 3.5 cars so far. The 3 being the ones mentioned, and the half being Jaeger being in the stream here with car on pits, but soup in hand.
Yeah. The longer I stay, the more positions I gain. So.
What? Oh, well, I guess that's technically true. That is, you're right.
It's kind of like starting in the back and waiting for other people to crash in front of you.
What a 5-head strategy. Yeah, Jaeger Carew gaining positions while waiting in the pits. This just in. Yeah, that's right, Tim. All right, Tim, let's see what's going on with your buddies here. Oh, what? They swapped. Yeah, John's back in the car. Second pit done. They're rocking looks like a base in-game custom livery as well. Bit of orange, bit of gray. I presume the orange coming from the Oranje of the Dutch national passion for the color orange. Was represented in multiple places, including some of Verstappen things, but mostly on the national football team. So while John's lapping just 40 seconds behind, we do have a battle brewing for P9. Midway through the race, Beachley chasing down ESports, the Argentinian driver, being hunted down by the cat lover. Let me hop in. You know, I don't think I've ever actually had a good look at Beachley's cat livery.
It's gonna be a little difficult in the dark.
We'll wait until the pit straight. I'm sure we're gonna see some cats when we go through the pit straight, which is just around the corner.
I don't think he was doing cats for this one though.
Let's see, what do we got? Oh, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there is a cat. Is that a cat or an owl?
Very difficult to see.
I'm pretty sure. If I were, yeah, that's a cat.
Oh yeah, that's a cat.
That's a cat. That is for sure a cat.
Which one I think only Mike would know.
Yeah, shout out to Box 3 and the Fenders there, representing our friend communities.
Beachley being given P8 after Panorama pitting.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, at least one of us is paying attention.
He is 16 seconds behind the next position. Rutsalainen.
Yeah, Lipo Rutsalainen now in the KTM. Subbing in for me. Thank you, Lipo, for the graciousness of coming in last minute and helping us out. John doesn't run skins to save his PC from dying, otherwise he would have the DUS skin. That makes sense. It's reasonable. It's unfortunate. We love seeing everybody's liveries. Love Rally Dutchie's livery. Love Zane Blisket's livery. Love Jaeger Karu's livery.
The only one I have officially made is for my GT3 Merc.
Oh, so
but that was also by Blisk.
Oh, okay. So by the you made, you mean someone else made?
Well, I never said I made it. Just I said.
Oh, the one that you run.
The more official livery that was made for me. Because there's a whole team livery, and then there was that one that was personally made for my car.
Something weird happening in the timing charts. I'm seeing Jason Provolone losing time in the timing charts, but he's not losing time out on track. And what do we have here? Do we have... I think we just had Andy in the pits. So I think we're going to see a driver change between Ali and Andy, between Ali's team, in Ali's team and in Andy's team, in P1 and P2. Reggie King, though, chasing down Beachley.
Current notice, 6 seconds behind Gasolina.
So that swap happened, right? Because Gasolina was ahead or behind Snyder. So Chrono's going to have to chase down Gasolina to try and get that position back.
Yeah.
Alrighty, who do we have on track? Definitely Reggie King. Whoa. What just happened?
Dan Bryce behind the wheel now.
There it is. We see the swaps.
Quinn Smith as well.
Yeah, so Dan Brace now in the car replacing Ali Raza. Quinn Smith now in the car replacing Andy Boykas. And there's a 5-second gap, so a little bit lost between the 30 car and the 5 car. But not that much. So now is when we see on the bench who is the faster driver. Is Dan going to be able to maintain that gap to Quinn? Is Quinn going to close that gap up and overtake all of these drivers representing Trackalicious? Two Trackalicious cars, one in the Canadian Racing Mercedes, the other in the Mrs. Licious Mercedes. Sebastian back in their Mercedes, 68-second gap. Not quite able to close that down to the P1, P2 positions, but pretty solid with 43 seconds to Gasolina behind. One could argue that the gap between Gasolina and Dan Braze is how long it would take to cook up some soup and be ready for some deliciousness on track. 7 seconds to Kronotis behind. 7 seconds is about how long it takes to season said soup with some salt and pepper.
Like 7 seconds?
Yeah. You have to get the salt and pepper too, right?
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
It's a variable depending on your walk from the soup to the pantry and back. You know, a good 3-second walk from the pantry to the soup. Half a second of salt and pepper. And another 3-second walk back, adding up to a total of 7.5 seconds between P5 and P4. 12-second wait to P6. This is the point in which you blow the soup to try and cool it down a bit before taking your first sip. And another 12 seconds from sip to sip. Enjoying your soup in a joyful manner.
Currently waiting to see if Dan Bryce will end up beating Ali Raza's best time. Nope.
It's true. So
Is 2 temps off.
So we do,
Or 2
while
seconds.
we're talking about that, let's talk about fastest laps. So
Yeah.
we actually have a best lap by John Benton. Oh, these are new. These are refreshed. So I believe Ali did have the 210.8, which actually Sebastian Sebastian has a 210.8. Really, really close time. And I've lost the rest of the information because my game quit on me for some reason.
Oh.
So, Quinn Smith, only 4.5 seconds to Dan Brace, trying to close that gap. I think we're going to maybe see a fun battle.
Apparently, Quinn Smith is having a faster time by just 5 temps on Dan Bryce currently.
So their last laps were a half a second difference. Dan Brace with a 12.4 and Quinn Smith with an 11.9. However, that could have been due to traffic. So you always have to take into account as well.
Currently looking at time gaining. Dan Bryce is fixing that error.
Okay. We're gonna why don't we hop in for a lap with Mr. Brace. Going down the Conrad Straight as it's approaching all of that treacherous elevation change. Going into the kink here. Firm braking into the chase. Quick left. Smooth right. A little bit of an adjustment in between the two corners there. Riding all the way out to the curb as you do on the exit of chase. Hard braking into Murray's corner. Avoid the curb on the inside. All the way up to the curb on the outside. And we're beginning its 61st lap for this race. Braking point just after the transition from the red to the black paint on the right wall. Approaching Mr. Provolone, the Cheese Bandit, in the easy, big, cheesy Audi. Shine of appreciation for letting him by. A little bit of photonic appreciation shown there. hard braking, you'll look for that little exit road on the left side. Stay tight, use the camber on quarry bend up into the cutting. Try to carry as much speed through the kink there. Straighten the car up as much as possible before hard braking. Again, using the camber on the inside of the cutting to carry as much speed as you can. Throttling as early as you can to carry that speed through Griffin's Mount onto Reed Park and Solomon Park here. High speed left-handers. Another high speed left-hander followed into McPhillamy Park with a little bit of a crest. Now going down the hill through Skyline. Late braking as late as you can. A bit of a left, a bit of a right, and then a hard left into the dipper. Going all the way down to Forest Elbow, trying to optimize this corner for as early a throttle application as physically possible. Back onto the Conrad Straight. The part that you're an expert at, Jaeger. Hi, Andy. Welcome.
It's difficult to be bad at this one. Then again, I've messed up with this upcoming turn multiple times.
All right, Jaeger. Here's what we're gonna do. Okay, you're still in the race, right?
Yeah.
Have you finished your soup?
Oh yeah, it's been finished for a good hour.
Okay. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to find a really big gap in the race. Okay. Load in some new tires, and I want to see you go out and do 2 laps.
Oh no.
Welcome, Andy. We were pretty excited to see some really good racing between you and Ali. Looked like Ali had a very, very little bit more pace in the late first stint and early second stint, but towards the end of the second stint, you look like you were catching back up to him. So really cool to see, as we have Dan Brace and Quinn Smith now within 4 seconds of each other. Quinn chasing down Dan. Oh my goodness. Oh my lord. We have a stranger in chat. Don't know who that person is. Welcome back, Kyle Hampshire. Hamper Square. Hamper Circle. Kyle Hamper Triangle. Welcome back. How are you doing, Kyle? We're doing well. We are an hour and 20 minutes into this 4-hour race. We have
2 hours for 20 minutes.
Oh, 2 hours and 20 minutes. You focus up. We got 2 hours and 20 minutes into the race with an hour and 40 left. And we got the 2 Trackalicious cars, the Canadian Racing Mercedes in the front. Dan Brace leading the charge, just having swapped over from Ali Raza. We got Quinn Smith right behind, 3.2 seconds behind, lurking, charging as he's taking the car over from the legend, the machine, Andy Boykes. So yeah, the battle for first is on. But more importantly, we have 16th position Jaeger Carew now out on track.
I guess someone else left at some point.
Yes. Mariko, hello, welcome. We got Jaeger in chat here in VC, helping me out while I'm trying to battle this cold that has cost me 50% of my voice. You know what I could use to help my voice here, Jaeger, as you start your lap?
Some soup.
Some warm pea soup would be fantastic right now. Jaeger
Well,
Karoo.
it also depends if it's a if your throat is like very warm, ice cream would actually be better, or a popsicle.
That's expert knowledge by Jaeger Crew, both an expert on straight to Bathurst and on pea soups and soup configurations and throat healing. Apparently, Jaeger Crew, we're on board with him on the mountain straight as he's trying to navigate himself through the quarry bend. A little bit too much curb, but manages to stay alive. Going up the track here, his worst part, the elevation changes through the cutting, trying to be a little bit focused, a little bit wide. That's all right. We'll get it better next time. Karoo knows everything, very clearly does. Other than elevation corner changes, other than that, he's really good at everything else. a conservative line through the mountain, making sure staying out of the wall, knowing that there's only 32 people watching him on track here. Going through Skyline here again, managing to be very careful through there. A little bit off. Oh, but manages to keep it alive. Keeping it alive. We're going to be careful as there's a car coming in behind you through here. So as you make it very cleanly through, Forced Elbow holding the brakes, staying on the outside. Hopefully returning to pit sometime soon as there's another car coming.
Oh, wheel is already leaning.
It only took you half a lap. There is a car a couple of seconds behind you, so just a heads up on that.
Yep.
Well, there you have it. A lap in with Jaeger Karoo. Almost a lap. Yeah, Kyle Hampshire here, Hamper Square, with expert advice saying if you just crash again on the other side, it'll even it out.
Actually, it did last time.
Sure. Well, there you have
Just
it,
I
folks.
couldn't turn either way.
Rushing into the pit entry with no haste whatsoever. Karoo. Thank you for that lovely piece of entertainment. As we go back to some racing, Quinn Smith has closed the gap up to 2.7 seconds. So Jaeger, how was that? How's it going back on track for you? So yeah, we got a bit of a battle brewing here, Jaeger. We got Justin Beachley 3 seconds to Elipo in P6. Reggie King 4 seconds behind that. But most importantly, Quinn Smith chopping away at the delta between Dan Brace and him. Only 2.7 seconds between them, and an hour and 35 minutes to make that a 0.
Could be doable.
Indeed. Got Neil Kerbel down in 14th place. Something must have happened for them boys, having come out behind. I think they were somewhere up in the 10s maybe before.
They might have done another is it a driver swap?
Potentially, but everybody has to do the driver swaps, so I'm not sure quite where they ended up. But looks like we have Wilson Fernandez now back up into 10th position, trying to make his way back into the higher numbers, or say the lower numbers. Cornota is still 6 seconds behind Gasolina. These two have been pretty similar paced. Two cars have been pretty similar paced through the race. Sebastian all the way back up into 3rd position after having been taken out in the first lap. So that's a fantastic performance by that team there. Really good job by the two teammates in the Argentinian car. Karoo now safely back in the pits with Buddy Rally Dutchy.
where I
hanging
belong.
out, chilling like villains.
And Beachy slowly gaining on Rutsalainen. Now 1.9 seconds behind.
Yeah, and we have Quinn Smith as well, closing up that gap. Yeah, Beachley closing up that gap a little bit faster than Quinn is. Again, to be fair to Lipo, just hopped into the car last night, a car that is not particularly fond of driving, but helping the team out, helping the community out. And that's why Lipo has won the Community Member of the Year in the Trackalicious Awards. Halftime show was a bit late, but I'll take it. Yeah, that was, you know what? Jaeger is our Taylor Swift, our Super Bowl special performance. And quite the explosive one at that, as we saw at Forest Elbow. 1.7 seconds, Beachley really hunting down in Lipo now.
At the rate it's going, I'd estimate Beachley could probably make the pass within 2 laps.
Okay. That's was a reasonable assumption. So we are at lap 65. Expert information coming in from Jaeger Carew. So many laps around this track, knows it inside and out. As we're joined by another legend at Trackalicious, Casey Schutte. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. And I don't know about Legend, but thank you very much.
So Schutte, you guys are in P12. Aaron Miller, slow and steady, but doing some consistent laps there. How was your stint out there?
It's not bad. It's tough with the Aston at Mount Panorama. It's just without the BOP and such, the Aston struggles here quite a bit. It seems like it's a little underpowered. So we're just trying to stay consistent.
I will interrupt and say, not nearly as underpowered as the KTM, as that Mercedes just rockets past the KTM, and the KTM dips into the pits there. But Beachley making up that position, going up into 6th place. So sorry, Schutte, power limitations after presumably the BOP change.
Yeah, so it is what it is. So Aaron's in the car, staying pretty consistent. Just trying to kind of hold serve. My stint wasn't too bad, but you can definitely see a difference in the balance of performance there for the Aston compared to quite a bit of the rest of the field. So we're looking, stay consistent this race, learn some things in the driver swap for Aaron and I being in a car together for the first time, and then carry over to, I think, a more friendly track for the Aston in our last race at Brands.
Oh, Brands Hatch coming up next month.
Yep.
I'm really excited about that. So where did you guys start the race?
We started in, I think it was P14, so I think we're up 2 positions right now. We navigated a little bit of the first lap 1 kerfuffle there, and then just kind of holding steady between. I think we got up to P10 and kind of been holding steady between P10 and P13.
That's looking pretty solid.
Yeah,
looking pretty solid.
So.
See, Wilson Fernandez has already made his way past you guys, looking crazy. So we got.
I want to point out we missed out something important.
Whoa.
Quinn Smith passing Dan Bryce.
I was keeping an eye on that. When did that happen?
I don't know, but last lap for Dan Bryce was 2 minutes 16, so he might have spun or lost it somewhere.
Oh,
I'm gonna go see if we can catch it in the replay. No.
I'm gonna have to jump down. It looks like Aaron's had a moment.
Hey, good luck. Sorry, Andre. I was trying to keep an eye on that, and he was 2 seconds away, and we know that he was chipping away at it, but it was a couple of laps until that was going to be a close battle. But it looks like Dan must have made a mistake somewhere.
Must have did a bit of a slide.
You know what? Here's what I'm going to do. Since we have time, let's go and find it. How about that? Because it seems like Andre's pretty upset, and rightfully so. So I'm going to go do that. Okay?
It was definitely the lap just before.
What do we got going on? So we still have Dan and P1. Let's follow up and see what's going on. What happened to poor Dan? Because there was a battle brewing and we were excited to watch it. I was keeping an eye out on the deltas there. But... oh, dipped his wheel. Oh, dipped his wheel on the right side there, unfortunately for Dan. Does try to come back and battle for the position, but Quinn's just simply carrying way too much speed for that to be the case. Well, there you have it. Andre, sorry we missed it the first time, but hopefully you were able to see it on the replay.
Another bit of a battle here between 10 and 9th.
All right, let's go
Between
back.
Reed and Fernandez. 4 attempts separate.
Jaeger coming in here solid. We're about to hire you on full time, Jaeger. JP Reed back in the car now. Swapping back out for Alipo. That monster Mercedes, so big. Is it going to be enough for JP to try and find? I think JP's freshly in the car, so it might take him a second to find some pace, but we know Wilson's fast. We know JP's pretty quick too, but that Mercedes just got way too much power, so we'll really see what happens here on the straight as the monster Mercedes is gulping up the gap between himself and the KTM. Yeah, it really does gain a lot of time on the straight there, doesn't he? But just not quite enough to make it work this time, and has to bump into the pits. I suspect that Wilson's going to lose a bit of time to the others because he does have that offset stints that he's doing because of his incident earlier on in the race. But in an hour and 25 minutes left, he's probably going to do a splash and dash at the very end. Fill this up. Going to give JP some breathing room as JP tries to make his way and try to catch up to John Batten, who isn't going to be an easy one to get up to, considering John's pace almost 2 seconds faster than JP in the KTM.
Dan Bryce currently 6 to 5 tenths behind Quinn Smith now.
Yeah, so Dan looks like he's coming back a bit, finding some pace. Quinn, bit of dirt on the exit there, coming up to traffic of Professor Kernotis up ahead, sitting in P5 now. Only 5 seconds behind Gasolina. Looks like he's chipped away some time between himself and Gasolina, so there might be a battle brewing towards the end of the race there. Only 4.8 seconds, so it's in Chrono's best interest to try and optimize the manner in which he lets these two cars by. Now, he's not going to be too eager to lift on the straight here, which might be a challenge for Quinn, considering that his pace through the mountain is going to be quite significant. but being behind Chrono is going to give Dan Brace an opportunity to close that gap up. One Mercedes, two Mercedes, three Mercedes. Chrono does give them that quick pass through the cutting.
But losing up to 3 seconds.
Yeah, that was huge. A huge loss for Chrono on his battle with Gasolina, and he can only hope that the manner in which these guys pass Gasolina in the blue flag scenario maybe gains him some benefit moving forward. Dan now only 1.7 seconds behind as these guys just rocket through the downhill section of the mountain. See how far are they from Gasolina? I think they're making their way through. No, he's just ahead, so probably another couple of laps before Gasolina is gonna have to make way, and then we'll find out whether the net gain or loss was in Chrono's favor or not in letting these speedy guys through.
If it'll be in a straight, that probably won't affect too much. Which is unfortunate timing that ended up being in a tight curve.
Very true. Dan Brace still chasing Quinn Smith for that P1 position. An unfortunate off track for Dan. Made a position swap from first place. But yeah, eager to get that back. You would think that with the pace that Quinn was showing being behind, that he would just walk away, but no, Dan doing a fantastic job keeping him within an arm's reach to try and see if Quinn makes any mistakes or if there are any lap traffic incidents that allow Dan to take that position back. But fantastic driving by both teams today. Andy in chat. Andy, if you want to jump into the stream room and tell everybody how your stint was, that'd be pretty cool. But yeah, Dan still battling. I know Ali probably has had to jump off somewhere else, but yeah, if either you, Ali, or yeah, so Ali, for those that don't know, Ali's taking part in 2 races today. The first one being the one here at TRACKILICIOUS, and they're also doing another race with SRA today at Kailami, I believe 8 hours. I'm not sure where they are, but the TRACKILICIOUS team qualified in P1. Good job to those guys. Did a fantastic job. And yeah, these guys still battling it out at the track here, and I'm pretty sure Quinn's hopping into that race as well. These guys are crazy. So much talent. Igor, what do you see on track? What's cool? What do we watch here? What's going on?
Currently, the closest is Miller and Magnussen, but not for position.
Ryder Magnussen. It's a new name on track. ZDR boys.
I'm gonna guess that Magnussen is still a lap ahead.
Okay. Aaron chasing down, trying to unlap himself. Sounds like the TRACKILICIOUS boys are P1 at Kailami for the moment, so good job to them. Hope they're able to keep it up. Cody Motivation Blanton in the seat, I believe, at that race. You know, another little battle that's brewing. Oh, we got a yellow flag on track somewhere. Oh, that's Dutchy just trying to let people by. One headlight at a time.
I'm guessing you had a bad bump and lost steering.
Looks like it. Lost steering. Lost time. Lost headlight. But still on track.
Yep.
And with a faster time than you.
You really like pointing that out.
I do. I very much so do. Dan Brace still within a second and a half of Quinn. Have they both gotten past Gasolini yet?
They have not.
Okay.
They're still a good 2 to 3 seconds behind.
That's still pretty impressive pace by Gasolina, staying ahead. But yeah, making their way there, chipping away at it. Battles between 111 and 987 coming up. Yep, just spotted that. John Benton coming in. Andre doing a great job of spotting. We'll jump on that so we don't. We already pissed Andre off one time. Let's not piss him off again. So
I was keeping an eye on them. Last time I checked, there were 3 seconds gap.
well, since you're here, I can blame you on missing the first one for the first and second place. So obviously it wasn't my fault as a lead streamer. Clearly,
at least I noticed afterwards.
Clearly, it was completely your fault. Andre C, you just can't find good help around here these days. John now only 2 seconds away. I'm also very clearly joking. Jaeger being an absolute legend, hopping in here and helping me out for this 4-hour stream with half a voice isn't the most fun experience, but here we are joking away about how it was completely his fault for missing the first position change, the second position change between the number 5 and number 30 car over this 4-hour race. John now only 1.5 seconds away from Reggie King. A battle of the Mercedes cars.
Closing in very quickly.
Let's hop in and see what's going on. We have a guest appearance by Mrs. Trackalicious. Want to come say hi? What? We're owed. We're owed. She's going to be streaming one day. We're not on camera. Just say hi. So we are 3 hours and 45. No, 2 hours and 45 minutes into the race. We have an hour and 15 left. And we have a battle going on between that Mercedes over there and the Mercedes ahead for 7th place.
A 2-temp separation. Benton having the advantage with Aero.
Yeah, so Miss Trackalicious, you see the two cars battling here. And look, it's going in on the inside to try and make a move. Respectful. What do you think about... Let's say, what do you think about the lights on these cars? How do you think they look?
Let me take a look.
So those are two Mercedes. They're battling for position. So John up ahead here in the Dutch understeer squad. Okay, how about this? Tell us what you think about the livery that Reggie made. The Reggie has a pretty cool livery. Let's go watch it. Oh, that's John's livery. What do you think about that? What do you think about the colors on this livery here?
That looks pretty cool.
Okay, I don't know what it is. There you have it, folks. So Reggie looks like our very talented 2-year-old who's running down the stairs right now. Drew your livery. Oh, that's kind of cool. See the outline of Reggie's head with the crown on top? I see you, Reggie. Look at that. A little bit of expressionist art on the 111 car. Yeah, so for those who are wondering, obviously everybody asking the critical questions of who is the 2-year-old, well, we can actually go see. Let's see if we have any more battles out on track, which I don't think we do.
Currently, just Quinn Smith coming really close to Gasolina now.
And while they do that, we could hop in here. So, yeah, there's that angry 2-year-old. So this is little Ophelia, and my wife Lisa says that Reggie's car looks like Ophelia drew it. Well, we have Ophelia on the hood, being lit up. Whoa, camera, you are doing some funky things. But what is going on here? Okay, so Quinn Smith does overtake Gasolina.
Was on a straight, so that's a disadvantage for Canordis, sadly.
A disadvantage for Kronotis. But still has Dan Brace to go. So Dan, unfortunately, stuck behind Gasolina for these couple of corners. Is gonna just lost my
Dan
wheel.
had
Can't even
fallen behind a
RT2.
little bit.
Okay, hold on a second. Hopefully that. Oh. Let's try
I'm
and.
guessing it's a little disconnected.
Okay, well, safe on track. That is fine. Rally, what I'm going to do here, I will solve this problem. Let's go back into the studio. And let us fix this problem. Sorry, folks. We're going to have to do a couple of things here. What's your number? 620. Okay, we got it. Here we go. Cleared you away. Sorry about that. We are back. Oh, no. Drive. Let's get back into the stream. Thank you for letting us know, Rally. Appreciate it. Fortunately, you were on the side of the track, so it wasn't too big an issue, but we managed to get you off track. Now, unfortunately for you, that is yet another position gained by Igor Carew sitting in the pit, now in 15th position.
Gained 5 spots. Woo! This point's the easiest way to spectate for me.
I mean, doing a fantastic job gaining positions from the pits. Absolute legend.
Dan Bryce falling behind more or less 1.4 seconds or 1.7 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, in quite honesty, that's still less than one mistake away, you know?
Yeah. One mistake can change it all.
Carew's strat working too well must be nerfed. Yes. Yeah. I mean, the only option we have is to DSQ him out of the race, but I feel like he's put so much effort into being in the pits that it just wouldn't be fair.
I'm the water boy running back and forth to the other drivers.
So looks like the gap between Kronotis and Gasolina still ends up being 6.5 seconds. So not much gain, not much lost. It may have been a little bit closer before. I think he was down to 5, so he did lose a second and a half, which is quite significant given their similarity in pace. So it really would take a big error or situation for that to close down.
A bit of a slide somewhere. I'd probably change it quite a lot.
Yeah, but Gasolina seems to have seems to have been doing quite a good job keeping it consistent. Yeah, Raleigh, you put your best effort in bringing back the legendary Blisket pigeon. So we're on board with Aaron Miller. Dan, still there. Still within reach of Quinn Smith, but definitely losing out some time in the overtake as Quinn was able to get through quite quickly past Gasolina, and it would take quite a significant traffic issue for that gap to close up again.
Quinn Smith passing Miller with ease. Nothing really slowing Quinn Smith down.
Oh, we saw someone having an issue. Who was that sliding around? Like, let's go back. It was a McLaren. We're in replay mode now. I thought I saw someone slipping around. Maybe was that Gasolina? Up the mountain?
It might have been. Cronus is now 3.8 seconds behind Gasolina.
Oh no!
Oh. Fell onto Miller too quickly, I'm guessing.
Yeah, the pace difference was just so great. Didn't quite have the time to slow down. Unfortunately, what happened to Miller? Miller has had to return to the pits. Yes, that is unfortunate.
Needing some rear end damage, which I know can throw off the Austin. And giving Gasolina some front end damage will slow down the arrow.
Yeah, definitely. He's going to have a tough time trying to maintain pace with that front end damage. An hour and 5 minutes into or left in the race, and this is going to be a tough one for Gasolina to maintain.
Kronoda's hitting the wall in turn 2.
Let's go back and look at that. Kronoda's trying to even the playing field. Oh, it's just a slight rub. No big deal. It's a little love. Little wall love.
Yeah, he had lost a little bit of time from it, but he's slowly gaining it back.
Then is that Wilson Fernandez again behind Kronoda's trying to hunt down and wow, this traffic situation has been pretty unfortunate for the T-Swizzle car. I know Wilson's going to be pretty eager to try and gain that position.
Trying to get lap back off of everything.
Yeah, Wilson now 60 seconds behind JP Reed. Yeah, the odd thing about that that wall, Mariko, is that sometimes I think it gives you a track cut if you hit it. I think. It definitely gives you an invalid lap. I think I'm pretty sure I've seen that before.
Chrono's still slowly gaining on Gasolina, being 2.9 seconds behind now.
Yeah, the other thing Gasolina is going to have to worry about is the penalty, having taken Aaron Miller out. You know, it's just unfortunate. It's clear that it wasn't intentional, but just having been in the situation, it's kind of tough to slow down when you're coming around the corner there, and you would
Yeah.
expect that. I think Aaron was trying to do the right thing and stay to the right side and maybe slow down to let Gasolina by, but miscommunication between the two clearly, and Gasolina just couldn't have predicted the slowing down. So I don't know how the stewards are going to see that, but potentially a penalty coming for Aaron or for Gasolina, depending on how that situation reads out.
Fernandez still very up there on Chronotis.
Not only up there, almost in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chrono not very eager to let him by and lose time to Gasolina. Now only 3 seconds between the two.
And Gasolina will be pitting. So Chronos will be getting it for free.
There you have it. Yep, and that's about that last stint that Gasolina needs to do. Now the question is whether he's going to take damage repairs. Now Chrono still probably not too eager to let Wilson just by, because ultimately when they do the swap, it's going to be important for him to try get out ahead. Yeah, Mariko, it's tough. Sometimes the walls are super friendly and sometimes they're not, and there's no real rhyme or reason to it. Been subject to it several times myself. You know, get a pretty stiff hit and doesn't seem like it doesn't add, 3 seconds of damage, maybe 4, and you're totally fine. And sometimes it just scrape the wall and it's 15 seconds of damage and the car is hella slow, as the kids say. Yeah, not sure how the damage physics work in ACC, but yeah, sometimes you win some, sometimes you lose some.
Currently, the repairs going through are very much hurting.
Oh, no. Yeah, Gasolina, that's unfortunate. We saw that happen. Just get back out and go ahead, man. You're doing a fantastic job. We were really enjoying watching you race. So hopefully what we could do is I can message the stewards for you, because I know you're driving by yourself, and have them have a look.
Might just chop it to a racing incident, unfortunately. Something unpredictable that simply happened. Especially on that turn.
All right, Gaz, I reported the incident for you, hoping the stewards will have a look. I do recognize that it must have been a bit of an awkward situation, so I know Gaz is driving by himself, so unable to report the incident, but I did send it to the team. They're going to have a look and rule accordingly. Jaeger Karu now up into 14th position. Oh, no.
Who else?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know who quit.
All this keeps happening so suddenly.
John now up into 6th spot. Again, doing a great job.
Fernandez still following.
No, no, Scott Miller still. Shooty just hopped into the car for Miller. They were in the 444 car, so they're still in there. I'm really glad, Gaz, if you're listening, I'm very happy that you're still on track. Keep it up. We really enjoyed watching you race with these guys. You still have an hour. I know it's a tall ask, but you got to see if you can chase down Reggie. He's only 32 seconds ahead of you.
One slip or one crash can change it all.
Yep. Yep. Look at Jaeger. He's gained 6 spots by sitting in the pits.
I will never figure out who's the other person that left.
Fun fact, Jaeger Carew has earned more spot by sitting in the pits and drinking soup than Quinn Smith has in the entire race.
Work smart, not hard. Kerbal coming up on Magnussen, 7 tenths behind. Quickly closing in.
Yeah, so while it is a battle for position, unfortunately, there's several laps between them.
Oh, yeah.
Calling for bops for Jaeger. Audi's secret strat. The pit passes, that's what we'll call them.
Reggie King gaining 2 positions off of Cronus and Beachley pitting.
That's right. But King is going to have to eventually pit. So Chrono and Beachley in 5th and 6th position. King now up in 5th and 6th. Yeah, King now up into the 5th spot. Is probably going to have to pit himself. We'll really have to figure out how that all works out for him now. What's interesting is Chrono is coming out. Is he? Where is he? Oh,
I think I switched over to Snyder.
Yeah, Snyder's back in the car, but Gasolina's right behind them again.
Yeah.
This is going to be
Gained
so
a
much
position
fun.
off the Beachley. And going fast, too.
Go on, guys. Let's see what you got. Get him. All right. Dan now falling about 5 seconds behind Quinn. Quinn seems to be walking away quite comfortably. 3rd place, we have the Pinger Racing 27. One of the Argentinian cars. Looks like we lost the other Pinga car, I think. In 3rd place. And then John Benton and the DUS Dutch Understeer Squad Orange Mercedes in 4th place. Gasolina in all of his spare time hunting down Snyder in progress. Reggie King, 5th spot. We suspect he might be losing some in a pit very shortly. Snyder in 6th. The T-Swizzle Mercedes. Gasolina in 7th right now. The McLaren hunting down Snyder with only 9 seconds gap. Beachley, 8th spot. Wilson Fernandez up into 9th. Hey, look, Jaeger, that's how you gain positions, by overtaking on track.
Yeah, but that sounds like a lot of work to me.
Yeah, I bet you he put a little bit more than a half hour's worth of practice. Not on his livery though. His livery is a base car livery.
One day I'll decide to start learning it.
JP Reed, 10th spot. In the KTM. Pushing that thing to its absolute limits. Ryder Magnussen. ZDR. I think sounds pretty cool down the straight there. Solid 11th spot. JP's actually only, oh well, he's only eight seconds behind Wilson, but that's gonna be a tough gap to close unless Wilson makes another mistake. But yeah, interestingly, Beachley just behind Gasolina. I feel like we've been talking about this mid pack quite a bit. They've been having pretty good battle between Snyder, Gasolina, Beachley. Reggie King has been in the mix as well. Been super cool.
Staying close to each other.
Yeah, and doing a pretty good job through the race. Only 52 minutes left in the race.
Gasolina here will be gaining another position.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What happened? Oh, what? Oh, that was just from a pit.
For a driver's stop.
Okay. I thought there was an issue. I'm like, why is he in the pits?
They did a driver's stop, and everyone's been always so close to each other that it was a 4-position difference.
Yeah. That's crazy. So Luke Neuenheisen back in the car. When did they drop down? They were a bit higher in the pack, I thought.
They were P4.
Yeah, but like...
They were 20 seconds ahead of Reggie King when they were starting to go into pit.
But even earlier in the race, I thought they were higher up on the grid. That's what I mean. But now,
Might have.
only 3 seconds behind Justin. So we're going to see a potential race towards the end of a potential battle, I should say, towards, the last 30 minutes remaining. Because looks like Justin's only 4.5 seconds off of Gaz. And Luke's only 3 seconds behind Justin. So these guys are going to be battling. Dan now 6 seconds off of Quinn, so Quinn is driving away. But not in a crazy way, just a little bit at a time. Couple of tenths per lap. Seems like Luke might have made a mistake, dropped back. Couple of seconds now to Beachley, but Beachley's still chasing down Gaz.
And I believe King still needs to pit, right?
I think so. I'm not sure, but I think so.
If he does, he'll end up most likely losing at least 2 positions, depending if he has damage or not.
I think he's gonna go all the way back down to like 7th or 8th. I think he's gonna come out behind Luke, if I were to guess. Well, no, for sure he's gonna come out behind Luke.
they've always been so close to each other at all times.
Yeah, so for sure, if Reggie pits, Snyder's going to go through, Gaz is going to go through, Beachley's going to go through, because pits look like they're about a minute and 3 seconds. So that's 25 seconds to Gasolina, 30 seconds to Beachley, 38 seconds to Luke. So he's going to come out ahead of Wilson Fernandez, and then Wilson's going to have to chase him down. And Gaz, we do see a penalty for Aaron Miller on that unpredictable blue flag behavior. So if it motivates you to go even faster, the other team did get a warning with a 5-second penalty attached to it.
And there's the pass, Gasolina gaining another position.
Yep, and that's from the pit from Reggie King, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see Luke drive by as well. And there's that position from Reggie. Reggie dipping down into 8th position, which is where I think his true position is. 47 seconds. Oh, I just remembered, even if Wilson does end up passing Reggie, I'm pretty sure Wilson's going to have to do a splash and dash somewhere towards the last 20 or 30 minutes of the race. So he's got a lot of work to do still. Yeah, Reggie rolling. Wilson still has quite a few seconds between him and Reggie. And Reggie's been doing pretty well in terms of pace. So,
keeping with the pack.
Yeah. So Wilson is all of, let's see how many seconds behind Reggie.
Oh, and Smith and Bryce both pitting at the same time.
They're probably doing a splash and dash. What are they doing? Who's going to come out first? Who has the better pit?
They've both been out for multiple laps, so probably just getting a bit of fuel for the last few minutes.
45 minutes left still. Clearly, that's nothing for a pro driver like Jaeger Carew. Just a couple of minutes, he says. Ain't nothing but a thing. Bathurst is a cakewalk. As Quinn Smith comes out ahead. Dan rocket shipping out of the pits, trying to gain anything that he possibly can. Does manage to cut down a second or two there. But what do we have here? So yeah, Diego in the 27 car, still quite a bit behind. But this has been pretty cool to, I mean, I enjoy pressured racing, but to know that P1 and P2 have been within striking distance of each other the entire race has been a pretty cool thing to watch.
Yeah. It's not often that it happens.
No, it is not. Usually there's even a 1/10 or 2/10 pace difference means that that's a lot of time through a race, like 87, let's call it 100 laps. That's 200 seconds, which is 3 minutes plus. So yeah, quite a bit.
It gets up there in time.
No, I miscalculated. It's not 2 seconds, it's 0.2 seconds. So 100 laps at 0.2 seconds is 20-second difference, not 2 minutes, not 200 seconds. But yeah, effectively, there's a 0.04 second difference on average between the two, which is crazy. It's basically the same. Gasolina still chipping away, now only 8 seconds from Jarek Snyder. Beachley also right behind, eager to get that position from Gasolina as we see him come through the mountain right there behind Gasolina. So 3 seconds between Beachley and Gaz, 7 seconds between Gaz and Snyder. This is going to be a race towards the end that we are not going to want to miss. Jaeger Carew still in 14th position, looking to gain in this last hour.
I would be surprised if I do.
Looks like we have Armand Petrovic back in the car. Back in the 69 in 11th position. Quite some ways down from the P10 JP Reed. But
It's three lap difference.
yeah.
Oh, Reed hitting the wall.
Go back and have a look.
Bit of a bump, nothing too major.
Going down through the S's. Ooh. A bit of a miscalculation there from JP, unfortunately. But rights himself and keeps going.
Seems Petrovic seeing it in advance, slowed down to not pressure it too much.
Yep. As you know, Jaeger, as you have quite a bit of experience in, if you want to gain positions, you have to finish. Gaz now only 7 seconds behind Jarek Snyder.
Seems to be a bit of a stalemate in terms of times. Between Snyder, Beachley, and Gasolina seems to be stabling out quite much on this amount of time.
Beachley and Gaz are running at the same pace, but they're both running faster than Snyder. There's only 6.7 seconds now between Snyder and Gasolina, so I don't think that statement is entirely true. Gasolina seems to be chipping away at that time quite well. You just have to make sure that he doesn't make a mistake, because we're looking at the last lap of Snyder being a 13.6 with Snyder with Gasolina, and Beachley with a 13.2. Gasolina now a smoking 12.9 from both Gasolina and Beachley, both really charging forward, trying to make up that time between them and Jarek. Jarek is only 6.5 seconds ahead now, as Diego in number 27 puts down the fastest lap of the race with a 2:10.8.
Ooh. Ooh, Kerbal seems to have hit the wall.
Chrono has? No.
Kerbal.
Kerbal. Oh, that's unfortunate. Let's go back and see what happened.
It was way up in the mountains. So you went back a little far.
Oh, not only that, but we're also in the wrong car. Here we go.
Wonder if it was from curbing or too fast.
Oh no, just goes a little bit too wide on McPhillamy. That's unfortunate. Seb Wolf, the Merc is so broken right now. Yeah, unfortunately. Welcome, Sebastian. How do you say your last name? Saez? S-A-E-Z. You guys are doing a pretty awesome job. Sebastian Saez, welcome. Yeah, you guys, yeah, really unfortunate about lap one. I know Saez. Got it. Really unfortunate about lap 1 to have been taken out like that, but you guys did a fantastic job coming back up to P3. Really, really quick. Love having you guys on the grid, and hoping that next race is going to be a little bit closer.
Beachley has started gaining a good amount on Gasolina,
Yeah,
while they're
so,
also both still gaining on Schneider.
yeah, so there's only 7 seconds between Gaz and Snyder, 2.2 between Beachley and Gaz.
And closing fast.
Oh, little bit of a bump on the wall for Gaz over there.
Tires might be getting tired on that.
Yeah, on the McLaren there. Let's see where Beachley's at. Oh, he's in sight now. He is in sight. 37 minutes left in the race. Really, really important to stay focused. Make sure you don't make any mistakes.
Not to drive with your rear view mirror, or not to chase.
Both for sure. As you know, Jaeger, the smallest mistakes and the biggest mistakes can cause big problems here at the mountain.
Oh yeah.
A little bit of a wiggle there from Beachley. Also, looks like Quinn might have made a mistake. Dan Brace only 3.2 seconds behind. Down from the 5 or 6 earlier. Beachley and Gaz both eagerly hunting Jarek Snyder, who's quite some ways down.
Still at a fairly comfortable.
Yeah, you can just see the lights in the background there.
I will be right back real quick.
Okay, thank you. I'd say if Jarek really wants to maintain this position, he's going to have to pick up the pace just a little bit. Just a little bit. 35 minutes to go. We're watching the potential battle for 4th place. With Gasolina in 5th, Justin Beachley in 6th. Both quickly gaining on P5, or P4 I should say, of Jarek Snyder in the 42 T-Swizzle car. Justin now only 2 seconds away from Gaz. Gaz less than 6 seconds away from Jarek, I should say. Actually doing a really good job closing that gap up as best as he can, but as we know, that Mercedes is phenomenal at this track. It has so much pace.
Really closing in now between Gasolina and Snyder, being only 5 seconds separate. But Beachley as well catching up fairly quickly on these straights.
Yeah, it'd be really cool if they all three stack up and battle. Wonder what the outcome is going to be. All three great drivers. Really good head on their shoulders. Practiced more than 30 minutes. with more than one valid lap and have opted out of the in-flight pea soup for this race.
If Beachley catches up too quickly, it might cause problem between those two, causing either driving against each other.
Yeah, so that's a really good point. Ideal scenario for Snyder is that these two battle themselves out of that 4th position. What Gaz wants is to try and get as close to Snyder as he can before Beachley catches up. What Beachley wants, probably, is for Gaz and Snyder to fight so he can catch up even faster. So quite a few configurations of things going on, all of which the outcome is uncertain. But what we know for sure is there is going to be a battle here before the end of the race between these 3 cars, between some combination of these 3 cars. After
We've gotten a disconnect.
uh,
3rd place is now gone.
no,
Giving it
no,
to Snyder, but I just saw the name suddenly disappear, so it might have been on track disconnect.
no, Sebastian. Did you guys disconnect? Oh no! Oh!
With 31 minutes left to the table.
Let me put my best telenovela voice on. ¿Por qué, Diego? ¿Por qué? Oh no. That is such a heartbreaking race. You guys did such a good job.
They kept 3rd for so long.
Well, they got back to 3rd. They went to pretty much
Yeah.
last and made their way all the way back.
Yeah, I remember seeing it. I let them by when they were coming up fast.
I was gonna say that might have meant a 13th place for you, but Diego back in the mix, back in the game. Gonna hopefully try to finish this up, but that's a position for Wilson gained. Oh, that's heartbreaking.
And it's an instant. I think when you get back in, it's an instant, like 3 minutes.
Yeah, you have to deal with the in-game wait timer, which is kind of silly, but I don't know.
It's gonna be losing a few positions off of it.
I think. Oh, there's a slide from Beachley, but he catches it. That was close. This is gonna be a little bit spicier than we originally thought, because I think Gaz is gonna get pretty close to Snyder when Snyder gets there. Wait, what happened to Gaz? Gaz, pay attention to your race. Don't bother about the commentary.
At least it was only 1 letter.
Come on, we want to see a fight. Focus. And hello to Kevin, Dean Guitarist. Guess the chat. He's a legend. He's the North African assassin. Welcome, for those of you who don't know. Dean Guitarist, aka Kevin, the crazy rabbits racing legend.
Oh my god.
This guy's typing on the straights. Only 4 seconds between Gaz and Snyder now. Let's check out how things look from Snyder's rear wing.
We want a small update. Dan Bryce falling 5 seconds behind Quinn Smith.
So it'd be interesting to see if anything changes up there pretty unlikely.
Seems pretty set in stone of what's happening. Unless a slide happens somewhere, but they both seem to be driving fairly carefully to make sure nothing happens.
So now, really, really visible on the straight here. You got Gasolina's lights and Beachley's lights threatening right behind. And Kevin just finished quali for a charity race at Spa, ended up with pole with the GTR. That's awesome. But teams can pay to bump their grid spot up to 10 spots, so it'll be interesting. That's a cool idea. That's super fun. What community is this with, Kevin?
Looking at Cosio is down to 10th because of that in-game wait time.
Oh man. Sebastian, how do you say Diego's last name? Huh. Could pay to add ballast to cars or give him a penalty. That's funny. We had that idea a while ago. We just never ended up doing it. But really cool idea for a race. Cosio.
Okay, so we're getting right.
Cosio. So the C is kind of silent.
Still has the best time of 2:10.6.
Yep. Diego has the Cosio. Diego Cosio. Okay. I do that. I think I got that right now. Very cool.
Oh, Fernandez catching the king point.
Oh my, he almost Mariko. Excuse me. Yeah, Kuru holding, she almost got another position.
Almost. I'm glad he's back though. King and Fernandez really going at it right now, with only 4/10 separating.
Wilson hunting down Reggie King. Tell Shooty to slow down. Well, he's got a 5-second penalty that's going to slow him down a bit. That helps. Mercedes versus Mercedes again.
While that fight's going on, Gasolina falling 1.8 seconds behind Snyder now.
Where do we look? So many battles, so little time. 25 minutes left.
I'll keep an eye on this one, see if they get close together.
Wilson very, very eager. Reggie going for the block. Wilson looking on the inside. And Wilson spitting.
Every time.
I'm pretty sure we've watched at least 5 battles with Wilson where he's gone into the pits. But these guys are for sure not pitting. We have P3 Jarek Snyder, P4 Gasolina, P5 Justin Beachley, all in reverse order of pace, with Gasolina, with Beachley the last lap of 2:12, with Gasolina with the last lap of 2:13, and Snyder with the last lap of 2:14, but only a little bit between these guys with 23 minutes to go. Now, it is one thing to have pace. It is another thing to be able to overtake. Snyder now within smelling distance of Gasolina and Beachley. These guys are going to be really cool to watch in the last 23 minutes and the last possible ounces of vocal cords that I have remaining in this 4-hour race. I'm Eric Ghoukasian, joined by the legend Jaeger Carew in the pits, bringing in all of the information straight from the track while gaining positions on the racetrack. This is super, super exciting. I wish I had more voice to be able to yell, but yeah. Thank you. Thank you. They need it. They really do.
And after all this, you can finally go relax.
I wish that were the case.
Never any time to relax.
I quote, text from the boss. I need you to take these kids after the race.
Well, can't argue.
I've been granted 4 hours of grace, but after that, I'm responsible for their livelihood and well-being. But we'll take care of that when we take care of that. Right now, we have Gasolina only 1.5 seconds behind Jared Snyder and 2.2 seconds ahead of Justin Beachley, with only 21 minutes remaining in the race. This is going to be intense. Can't wait to see this battle up ahead. May the best car or driver or car-driver combination win the final spot on the podium, as unfortunately we have Diego Cosillo way back in P10 from a disconnect, but just smashing the fastest lap with a 2:10.4 on the board now.
Depending how the fight between Snyder and Gasolina goes, it might go into Beachley's favor.
Oh, I think I get what Pot's saying. I think he's saying it's Cosillo.
Oh.
Not Cosillo. Cosillo. I think that's right now, Potts. Well, there we are. P3, P4, P5, all in a row. Let the battles begin. May the bravest win. My goodness, yeah. I had a couple of brain cells remaining in backup to try and figure that one out while we're commentating here. While Gaz attacks Jarek Snyder and Beachley looming right behind, waiting for a mistake from either one of these guys. Only 19 minutes left. Snyder having the advantage of the Mercedes, being faster in the straights. Look at him just blast away.
I wonder if Gasolina is just barely close enough to be able to get some aero advantage. Slipstream.
Yep. For sure at this point, there's going to be an aero advantage.
Really?
You got to think about it. He thought about it, but I think patience is a virtue. He clearly has the pace. He's going to have to pick the right moment to make the move. Otherwise, there's a Justin Beachley right behind waiting to strike. And if there's a big enough incident, Luke Nieuwenhuizen is only 45 seconds behind, so there's a potential time to be gained there as well. Now coming up on some lap traffic. Snyder going to be eager to hopefully let Armands know that they're coming through. But I don't know. That's quite a bit ahead. I think they're going to have to deal with some lap traffic through the mountain here.
This is where caution is going to have to be a play here.
Definitely important for all these guys to keep in mind that that car is laps down. So there's going to be a pace difference, not only for Jarek there, but also for Jaeger. How do you pronounce P6? Well, sir, that's Luke Neuenheisen. It's an easy one. What are you talking about? It's so easy. Kevin, come on. But yeah, back to this. Now, Gasolina right behind Jarek Snyder.
And this slowdown in battle with back traffic has let Beachley catch up to a second.
All these guys super eager to get that pole position. Now Armands lets them by. Let's one by. Let's two by. Is he going to let all three by? Yes, he is.
Gasolina going for the push. Oh.
Big defense by Snyder. A bit of a wiggle. He's going to be able to stop the car in time. Yes, he is. Again, going defensive for Snyder. Gasolina breaks deep. Really nice move on the outside. Is he going to be able to make a stick? A bit of a wiggle. Not quite enough to get his car ahead.
Beachley also coming up.
Oh my goodness. Only 15 minutes left. Beachley looking on the inside. Big push for Gasolina. We have P3. We have P4. We have P5. All in a row. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you so much for the sub. You are an absolute legend. Now Beachley on the outside of Gasolina. Gonna give Snyder a bit of breathing room. These guys hungry for that podium position. Absolutely, with only 15 minutes left of a 4-hour race. And we have this, ladies and gentlemen. This is fan-freaking-tastic. Jarek Snyder with teammate Professor Kernotas. Gasolina soloing the entire 4 hours. And I'm pretty sure Beachley has as well. These guys going bumper to bumper with only 15 minutes left of a 4-hour endurance. No more pit stops left. No more chances. This is it. This is where you race your entire life for. This is the moment you've been waiting for to get that podium on Bathurst, on the mountain, on the killer. And Gasolina pushing as hard as he can to get right behind Snyder. Snyder got that Merc power up ahead. Unfortunately, no draft for him. But Gasolina is going to do the best that he can to stay as tight as possible and maybe have another look in the chase. Beachley still trying to stay tight. Looming in the background. Lurking. Ooh, Gasolina with the overspeed. Snyder coming back at him on the outside. Gasolina seems to have made it through. And is Beachley going to have a look as well? That is a really nice move by Gasolina. Makes it all the way through. Now, Jarek defensive on Beachley. Going to give Gasolina a bit of breathing room now. It's going to be super critical for Beachley to make this move as quickly as possible to try and get back at Gasolina. We saw Beachley did have a bit of pace over him, but Gasolina has finally made that move work and is now in the podium position with Snyder just behind, and Beachley really eager to make that pass on Snyder to try and see if he can make a move on Gasolina for that final podium position.
A 10th is the gap, everybody, here as we head up the hill. Welcome. Hello, everybody. I'm here. I'm right on time, obviously.
Hello, Mike Noss, how are you today?
I am great, coming off of a 6-hour from this track exactly on the mountain, so here for some more mountain. You'd love to see it. AV6 Scott, who let you in? That's the real question. As we have it, how's this battling looking? What's the story here tonight? I see we have Quinn Smith leading this race with Dan Brace with a stop-go 30. That is devastating. Gasolina is going to be, I can't tell the gap currently, but it looks like, I think we're going to see Dan Brace falling down a few positions, and Jarek Snyder might even be snagging one himself here.
No, there's a bit of a gap between P3 and P2, so Dan might be able to maintain that P2 position. However, this battle between Gasolina, Snyder, and Beachley has been brewing for about 20 minutes, with Gasolina having been behind Snyder losing that position out. But the fastest on the track of the three is Beachley, really looking to make that move on Snyder, making it a little bit more difficult now that Snyder has that draft from Gasolina up ahead. But Beachley, I'm sure, is quite eager to make his way past Snyder, if at all possible. Snyder putting up a fantastic defense so far.
Such an intimidating livery there. The T-Swizzle 2022 livery, a little out of date, obviously needs to be updated. Chrono, I see you in chat. Definitely get on that. Nonetheless, Justin Beachley trying to do whatever he can. The back end steps out there as he comes through Hell Corner, or through Murray's, excuse me, heading down towards Hell Corner.
Yeah, and we're getting
still Dan Brace not serving that penalty.
Getting reports from the pits. 15 seconds of damage for Snyder up front.
That could play a massive factor here. 15 seconds of damage is quite a lot. I mean, that's especially on the mountain here. I'm wondering if Beachley has a similar prospect there, as he isn't quite gaining. That is Gasolina up the road, or is that a back marker?
So Gaz is actually ahead, and he's just overtook Snyder for that final podium position.
Okay, so the McLaren in front of us, that is Gasolina, who's trying to walk away, but not having much luck. The gap staying fairly consistent, if not closing in not Professor Chronotis' favor. Jarek Snyder's. That's going to throw me off.
Yeah, Gasolina
up the mountain again,
having done a fantastic job getting ahead of Jarek Snyder at the chase. But it's not over yet. Beachley does have some pace in hand. He just has to try and get past Jarek Snyder, and it's really tough considering the absolute unit that the Mercedes is at Panorama.
Also, Quinn Smith up a lap on Dan Brace. So Quinn Smith is up a lap on the entire field currently. That is some rapid pace from the number 5 AMG. It's an AMG dominant grid here tonight, it seems. Lots of Mercedes hitting the field, and the lone McLaren kind of in no man's land in P3. Gasolina trying to stick with it, but Jarek Snyder, can he take that final podium slot away and make it a German 1-2-3?
Luke and King currently 3 attempts separate from each other for P6.
What happened there? Luke seemed to have been walking away from that battle, but looks like there must have been an issue that has allowed Reggie King to catch back up. What is happening with only 10 minutes left in the race? All the battles are upon us. Now that we have 3 people to talk to it, well, 2.5 voices and one...
One that will not be with us tomorrow, and that's a contact with the wall, and that is going to be the position granted there to Reggie King. Takes P6 immediately, the 987, unfortunately too deep through Forest Elbow.
And I'm sure Reggie's going to be quite pleased about that. Reggie's another solo driver on this race, doing a fantastic job through the entire session. Some losses, some gains, but overall, P6 is nothing to shake a
stick at.
Yes, sir.
No, certainly not. Definitely something to be proud of. Of course, after 4 hours of racing, it is going to be to that phase of, well, I'm getting a little tired now. Now, obviously, these drivers have teammates to contend with and help them out through their stints, but it doesn't change the fact that 2 hours behind the car, especially here at Bathurst Mount Panorama, this is one of the most challenging tracks out there. Is 3.8 miles, 23 corners, 14 to the left and 9 to the right of absolute chaos and carnage through every corner. The descent down the mountain, especially at nighttime, I know this has been a night race since the start. This is just a different level here. I'm curious, how many drivers did we start with?
We had 20 to begin with. And
Not bad.
I'll have you know that the legend in the booth with us, Jaeger Carew, the P Master himself, okay, has gained all of 6 places while being in the pits and having some soup.
Wow. Absolutely incredible. Now, of course, if you guys are interested, do head on over to our SimGrid to check out the rest of our championships that we have. We got plenty to offer here. Monday rookies, as well as Sunday GT3, our Thursday mixed class, or reverse grid, which is going to be coming to an end here soon. We also have our West Coast GT3, and our GT2 league. I'm trying to do this off of memory. Everyone, apologies. But do head on over to SimGrid and sign up.
So we have a bit of an interesting situation. So Diego Cosio, who was previously in P3 with lots of pace in hand, had it disconnected. Now, and looks like Beachley going on the outside with Snyder, a defensive move. Is this going to be the moment in which Beachley gets let go to go chase down Gasolina with 7 minutes left? Looks like Beachley does have the advantage. Cosio being patient behind, knowing that his position is not going to change, but does want to get ahead of these drivers. Looks like Beachley coming in ahead. Hopefully everybody breaks in time. Snyder making a move, going on the inside, but just doesn't quite have enough of it. Now that Beachley's through, is there going to be enough time for him to go and chase down Gasolina, who is only 2.2 seconds ahead?
Well, one thing we know, Eric, here, especially at Bathurst, it's one thing to catch, it's another thing to overtake. This isn't the most difficult track to make a pass on, but these GT4s are very wide, and especially on the mountain, it's going to be fairly tricky to make anything work. We also had, right before that overtake, energy being thrown the way of Justin Beachley, and it seems like he took that energy and ran with it right into the wall. Oh my goodness. A bit of a drama here. That's going to hinder his charge onto Gasolina, and I think that might be his podium attempts thwarted.
That was actually that was Snyder. That was Snyder behind with the contact into the wall. But Snyder's
also did
a little bit out of the equation. Beachley now still only 2.3 seconds behind Gasolina. Is that going to be enough? Now, we say it's tough to pass in the mountain. We say it's tough to pass in Mount Panorama, but Mike, the one thing that we've seen is these Mercedes cars have been an absolute monster out on track here. Gasolina being the legend, the Chad one might say, to be able to take that McLaren up into the podium position so far, but it's not over yet. Still a couple of laps left. Diego Cosio very eager to gain positions for some reason here, looking to try and make his way through this Mercedes pack here. But yeah, Beachley still eager. A couple of laps left, trying to see if he can make his way up to try and get that position from Gaz in P3.
Yeah, a bit of a struggle for right now. The pace seemingly not quite there, but we'll see. Obviously, now being a bit of a bottleneck for the drivers behind, Jarek Snyder is going to be getting impatient. There's still 5 minutes to go. Really, this is not out of the woods for any one of these drivers that we see from all the way down to P6. Or Reggie King, I think is that Reggie King? No, that's a back marker. That's the number 10 car, P10 of Daniel Cosio, who is unlapping himself. My apologies.
Right, so we got Cosio in the blue and white car up ahead. And then we have Beachley in the black in the middle with the T-Swizzle in the P5 of Jarek Snyder, who's lost 2 positions in the last couple of laps, unfortunately for him. But yeah, Gasolina clearly not having enough to do on track is letting us know that the McLaren does have the fastest top speed of the lot.
That is no surprise. The McLaren, an absolute rocket ship in a straight line. Even with the BOP changes, I mean, I know we're still using we're probably using base BOP right now. Is that the case?
Yeah, it's base BOP.
Okay, so eventually, obviously, we will be moving over to the LFM BOP when that is available for all the tracks. But for now, we're running what we got. I think it is only available for Kyalami, as well as a few other tracks that have been released. But definitely one to go. And also Tim Shady in chat showing some love for his teammate. You'll love to see it, finishing P7 and very happy with the result.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic job by that team. And Team Shady, a couple more requests out in chat there.
I am not doing that.
Jaeger Carew needs to do the last 2 laps on track. Tim Shady forgetting that Jaeger can only complete 1 lap at a time.
Maybe.
As we have it, though, also, Dan Brace, after serving his penalty, still fairly comfortable in P2. But Quinn Smith, I think, is the real talk of the show here in terms of raw pace alone. He seems to be on a world that is unmatched to anybody else in this current lobby.
Yeah, Quinn doing a fantastic job. Well, the pace is quite not representative of being the absolute, as we do get Diego Cosio with the fastest lap of the race with a 2:09.9, a whole second faster than anybody else out on track.
Wow. 2:09.9, interesting pace here. So the GT4s, that's quite good for GT4 pace. That's almost my GT3 lap, now that I think about it.
That is absolutely rocket ship rapid. No doubt about it. Or as my Canadian compatriots would say, no dude boot it.
All right, moving on from that. You know, I heard Quinn Smith, some say that he actually only knows 2 facts about ducks, and both of them are wrong. That's a little fun fact about Quinn Smith. He is nothing but a racing driver at this current stage.
What hole in the deep dark web did you pull that one out from?
Top Gear.
All right, well, we have the last lap of the race, and we'll hop on board with Quinn Smith as it seems like the rest of the field has settled in. Jaeger Carew considering going back on track to get this last lap done, a hero lap if you like, having gained 6 positions from the pits, all while having soup. Just unbelievable.
I've also noticed that Gazulina is in chat typing every now and then.
Yeah.
McLaren is the fastest top speed. He's just casual flex while driving. I know Eric is a fan of that one as well, typing while driving, hey, Eric, I just have a question. Where does that typically end up with you positioned? I'm just curious when you're typing in chat. Does it end up with you in P1? No, it ends up with you facing the wall most of the time, doesn't it?
I'm sorry. Can you remind me where I was in the last Bathurst race that we had?
Yeah, were you typing in chat?
No. Can you answer the question?
You're P3?
Excuse you.
P4?
P3.
P2?
P3 was the one you. P3 was the one you streamed. The one that you didn't stream, sir, resulted in a P1 position for me. So.
Well,
check yourself before you wreck
Quinn
yourself.
Smith in P1. Let's eyes on Quinn Smith here at the end. Obviously, Eric. Nobody is. You're only as good as your last race. So.
Jaeger Carew, still not back out on track.
I'm paying attention to everything.
Sir Clay in chat. Hello, Clay. Welcome back. Andy, happy that his teammate managed to regain that P1 position after 2 hours of bumper-to-bumper racing between Andy and Ali Raza. Phenomenal pace from those 2 guys. 0.02 of a second difference in qualifying. And Quinn Smith brings home the Mrs. Licious pink Mercedes for P1 after this 4-hour race. Congratulations. Fantastic race. And for those of you guys in P1, 2, and 3, do you want to hop on into the broadcast booth, join us, give us a bit of an interview? Well, give those guys a bit of an interview. I'm going to sit here silently recovering.
I'm sure we'll be able to hear from Gaz and Quinn. I'm not sure about Dan Brace. Hopefully we do get a word from the Iron Man there, Dan Super Rev Brace. I also do have my camera on, Eric, if you are curious. But we have Justin Beachley, who does bring it home for 4th, holds off Jarek Snyder. Unfortunately, not able to take on the likes of the McLaren, though, for a podium. The fireworks in the background as the 4 hours comes to a close here, and the drivers can finally take a bit of a sigh and maybe go get a glass of water. And as a lot of people in chat are pointing out, big thank you to Eric for covering for me because I had to cancel last minute because, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, Eric, thank you so much for putting on the stream. Absolute legend. I can tell that your voice is thoroughly knackered, but no, great job.
Yeah, if everybody can give me a second. I haven't had any technical issues, so obviously Mike's going to come in here and throw a curveball and ask me to put his camera on, which
You don't have to if you don't want to. It's all good.
I don't think I have it set up, Mike, so I'm going to have to
That's fine.
pass
Don't
on
worry
that
about it.
one right now. Yeah, we're going to pass on that one right now, but let's hop back into the booth. And we hop back into the booth. And hello, welcome back, everybody. Well, that was a fantastic race. Congratulations to everybody. Quinn Smith, Dan Brace, Gasolina in P3. Solo drive at that. Beachley not quite having enough for that P3 position, ending up in P4. Jerk Snyder and Professor Kanotas in P5, with Reggie King coming up in P6. Luke Neuenheisen and who's his teammate? Gosh. Jaeger, you remember. Who's his teammate?
Which one?
Luke Neuenheisen. It was John Batten. That's who it was.
Yeah.
In P7. Wilson Fernandez making back up after the mistake in P8. James Pierre Reed, JP Reed, and Elipo Ratsalainen bringing that KTM in P10. And Diego Casio along with Sebastian topping up the top 10 there. Fantastic job by everybody. And for those who are in P1, 2, and 3, if you want to join us in the booth, we got Quinn Smith here. Quinn!
Hello.
Oh, Quinn! Sorry, my voice is just absolutely killing itself right now. Welcome! Congratulations on the P1!
Thank you. It was hard-earned.
Actually, Jaeger, do you have any questions on how to drive on Mount Panorama for Quinn Smith?
God dang it. No, I don't.
All right, we'll leave it to the professional Mike Noss then.
So Quinn, Mike here. How's it going first off? It was a long stint, pretty dominant race, but it's got to feel pretty good for the result at the very end as you had a dominant stretch over Dan Brace. You got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, it was good. The car was good. Everything was just flowing. It's going to sound bad, but I didn't really pay attention much to what I was doing. I was just kind of doing it. So, yeah, good race.
Driving the rhythm, feeling it how it goes. In terms of your team and whatnot, how is that in terms of communication set up before the race? I know there's a lot of work that obviously goes in pre-race before you even get to the track or before any qualifying, just to get your setups right, to get everybody on the same page. How did that go?
I have to interject here for a second because I've noticed a significant difference in how not paying attention works for Quinn and how not paying attention works for Jaeger. Same tactic, different results.
Okay. Brutal.
Sorry, Quinn, go ahead.
No, you're fine. Oh, that was good. We all kind of, different time zones with one of our teammates being across the globe. It could be tough at times to be able to get together with everyone and practice. A lot of us are in the States, but whenever we can, we definitely try to jump on when he's on and race with him, talk with him, get his ideas and stuff. And we communicate throughout chat also. We don't try to exclude anyone. But it can be tough at times, but we always do what we can to make sure we get it together ready for the race.
Yeah, and in terms of setup and agreements and whatnot, that's always going to be the hardest part, obviously, is finding the right balance of car for all three of you guys to participate in and have a good, solid shot at it. But it seems that you guys managed to line that up perfectly and, much, much better than P2 and P3. What was that little difference that you had that set you over the edge than the rest of the field?
For me personally, it's hard to adjust sometimes because I prefer a very understeery car, and my teammates usually they prefer a pointy car, which pointy is faster if you can drive it. But I usually tend to struggle sometimes switching over to that type of driving style, and honestly, consistency today was the key. just be consistent, keep her off the wall, and be patient in traffic.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's, you just described the keys to Bathurst, to be completely honest. Patience, discretion, and, well, hoping for the best that you don't get collected in some God-foreseen incident that nobody can predict, which, you know, obviously I'm sure there were a few of those. But no, Quinn, great result. Is there anyone that you'd like to thank?
Yeah, like thank you guys, all the people that watch your guys' streams and support Trackalicious as a whole, you know, my teammates. We
Yeah,
can't do none of this without you guys and them.
try to cool down my throat a little bit from a little bit of tropical smoothie cafe, non-sponsored, but we're open to it.
Totally clipped before he said that. No, I'm just kidding.
But yeah, Quinn, I think what a great showing from you in terms of it. And in the next one, I'm not sure we're going to be able to get an interview with Gaz. Gaz was in the Discord and then he left as soon as I went to move him. So you love to see that. Gaz, if you're listening, head on into the green room. But other than that, Eric, why don't you take it away?
Yeah, just a big thanks to everyone on the grid, especially to Leiporotsalainen, who subbed in for me last minute. Unfortunately, we did have a little bit of a schedule change here for the stream. And in order for me to cover, Lipo kept another car on the track by helping us out, helping my teammate JP out. And I swear, JP, one of these days we're gonna actually race together, whether that be a Trackalicious or not. Yeah, and a huge shout out to the legend, the man who overtook 6 cars while remaining in the pits and having pea soup, Jaeger Karu, doing a fantastic job. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Do you have anything to say, Jaeger?
No. I was just happy to be here.
Well, I really, really appreciate your help for sure. With that being said,
Well, hang on here. Before that, Karu, I know you stream on Twitch, correct?
No, I do not.
All right, never mind then. Disregard what I was about to say. Say, go ahead and shout yourself out. But that's fine.
Jaeger, I think doesn't put much effort into a lot of different things. Puts in a fantastic livery of pink and brown and black, the combination of legends. And again, no one can take away that there were 6 positions gained while not making a move at all. So, I mean, I don't think you've ever done that, Mike. Neither have I. I don't even think, Quinn, you put so much effort in and have only gained 1 position. Jaeger sat in the pits and gained 6 positions. Match that.
I feel like I've been cheated. What
Anyway,
is this?
with that being said, we're going to throw the stream off to SR8, another North American community, a lovely group of guys putting together an 8-hour race of which Trackalicious is taking a part of. Started off with Cody Blanton in the car, with Ali Raza being obviously not having enough to do, going into the car at some point in time. And Quinn, I believe you're on the team as well. Gonna go do some more not paying much attention to anything on Kailami.
Yeah, just gonna zone in. Go
All
with
right.
the flow.
Well, for everybody that is in stream here, that's not what I intended to do, but shout out to them as well. We can do this, and we can do this, and we're gonna hop on over to Simracing Alliance. Say what's up to them. Hope they have a bit of an automatic stream, but that's okay. It's a really long 9 hours of Kailami. Sorry, not 8 hours. Again, thank you everybody for having tuned in. Love you guys and appreciate the giant. That's Mike Noss. That's
It's
who just
average size, chat.
who just joined.
It's average.
Who just joined. So yeah, thank you, Mike, and thank you, really sincerely thank you, Jaeger, for joining in. Appreciate the support, because that was really tough up to the point you joined. And yeah, hope you guys enjoy some more endurance racing over at Simracing Alliance. If you haven't, we do have a lot of championships coming up. The Tuesday GT2s, the Wednesday West Coast races that are scheduled for West Coast events, West Coast timing, and all of our other races. I'm Eric Ghoukasian from Trackalicious. Mike Nosson here in the booth with me. Jaeger Karu, thank you guys so much. Have a great morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are, and hope you enjoy some more racing over at Sim Racing Alliance.